Bonjour, bienvenue, welcome in Innsbruck. The greeting words of the rector of the university shall be done by Bart after me, so I am the first on the list, so I welcome you. And I just want to say a few words about the frame of this conference. For those who are not from the ACE, just to explain, the Architects' Council of Europe has 2 general assemblies per year, and recently we have started to combine these conferences to kind of make the general assembly in one day and to have a second day free for a conference where we are discussing a topic which we consider to be important for our work. And so this is now one of our second conference of the kind. We had the last one in Leeuwarden in November, and I just want to explain a bit about the reason we found this topic. The Council has, the European Council has in November or the beginning of December last year, has concluded a new work program for culture, which is for the time frame from 1919 to 22. It's always over 3 years. And the new point of this work program for culture is that out of 17 topics, architecture is one topic. This is a new fact which hasn't been existing in this way before. And the name of the topic is high quality architecture and the built environment for everyone. This work program goes over 3 years, and it is decided to have a so-called open method of coordination, OMC group, starting its work in the next year, 2020, on this topic. And you can download this work program from the internet in all European languages. And you find the link in the ACE website, by the way. And there is a very good sentence in the reasons given for this work group and for this OMC group. And this states, to make it a bit shorter, that architecture is a topic of the common good. And we see this as a very important step for our work, a step forward, because having architecture to be considered by an official paper of a EU authority to be of the common good, it's a statement which helps us also in other fields of our work. So this work group, this OMC group, will start its work in the beginning of next year, and this year is the year where the topics of this work group should be found, so the fields of discussion. And this is now the point where we come to today's event, as we think that it's a good idea to have the question of quality, respectively the question of how to assure quality, tools, how to get quality, how to assure quality, to be one of the topic of this work group. Therefore, we make this conference, therefore we exchange ideas, we show examples, and we have prepared, together with the speakers, a statement which I would like to present at the end of the day and which we then can sign, and also the ACE can, by acclamation, conclude that it stands behind this paper. So, this is my opening. And now I invite Bart Lotsma, professor at this University for Architectural Theory, to have his keynote speech, please.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Bienvenue. Guten Morgen. En ik mag zelfs in het Nederlands praten, want er zijn Vlaamse aanwezig, als ook hartelijk welkom. Welkom hier in Innsbruck. Kan ik dat eindelijk een keer doen? Yes, Georg, thank you very, very much. Unfortunately, Tilman Merk, our rector, can't come. That is because of the very dense program he has at the moment. Maybe you have noticed in the city as well that the university is celebrating its 350th anniversary. And that takes a lot of time. There are all kinds of events. So he was not able to join us today in the end. That means that I welcome you for him. So we celebrate this year several things. The one is the 350 years of this university. The other is our school, where you're present now, where I say briefly a few words about. Also, we exist now 50 years. We were founded in 1969. Here you can see that, which was of course remarkable here in Innsbruck to found an architectural school at the time. We were still together with the engineers. It was thought of as a much more technical school than it is now. We separated, I think, 15 years ago from the engineers, and we're now an architectural faculty. So here you see that how this building was realized. You see also the ambition in that period. It connects to the Japanese avant-garde even. You won't recognize the buildings anymore, or only a part of the buildings, unfortunately, because they had to be renovated. But it was still a very ambitious and also avant-garde movement. So here you see Kenzo Tange watching this building, and can't remember that he designed it, but it was of course very much inspired on his work, the Kagawa Prefecture in Japan. So currently we have a series of professors, Mayan Coletti, that I mentioned first because the installation in front of the entrance is done by a group around him. I show you some of the alumni, Elke Delugan-Meisel, from the Eye Museum in Amsterdam and the Porsche Museum, among others. We have, of course, Rainer Köbel, who is still in Innsbruck with us. We have Katrien Aste from Laak and Frank Ludin, who also did the building that was just realized next to the central station in Innsbruck that you might have seen, but particularly the Landhausplatz that made them really famous, a very interesting public square. And here the work of Mayan Coletti, so we do a lot with robotics. Several professors are involved in that. Here a fashion show for Iris van Herpen in Paris, and here participation to the Ars Electronica. So a very innovative and still avant-garde school with an obligation to avant-garde movement. So in that sense, on the other hand, I think I'm really happy that you're all here, let's say as this event is also one of the last concrete results of being dean here. I was a dean here for 2 years, and one of my central goals was to open the faculty more to the city and to professional organizations, like, for example, also the chamber. You can see that we are pretty isolated here. We're very far away from the city, so it is always, I think it would be important that there would be better, we would be more in touch with those organizations and also international organizations. So from our contacts with the chamber, we learned from the interest of the chamber to have more attention for Baukultur, which is now spoken in German, and architectural policies in our faculty. Actually, there was the idea even to found a professorship especially for that. So when Georg Pendel informed me about his plans to organize a conference of the ACE in Innsbruck, I warmly invited him and you all to do that here. I think that is really important. Let's say it is also important to improve, let's say, the position of urbanism, regional planning, landscape architecture in this university. There are, let's say, in Austria, certainly fields where there's a lot to gain in terms of architecture quality. So I'm really happy that all of this worked out and that you're all here now. And I'm sure we will have an exciting day here today. So this conference is about finding new ways of achieving quality in the built environment. It's about Baukultur, as it's called since recently, and about architectural policies. And that is an immensely difficult field. Architecture quality has become very hard to define. I tell you honestly, I'm not even going to try. I will rather try to explain in my lecture why it has become so difficult. It's something architects have learned to define in committees and juries, which usually take their decisions based on synthetic proposals, based on programs that have been developed somewhere else by other people, in silence if not in secret, usually without much public discussion. And that's because the nature of many of these programs is very abstract for the general audience. So it is very difficult to engage people in these kind of decisions. This is intriguing because when the program became important for notably public buildings in the 19th century, the idea behind it was that these programs would make architectural proposals easier to judge and to control, to make them ready for a public or at least democratically controlled bureaucratic debate. Increasingly, however, it was impossible for a population that demanded participation in planning processes from the 1960s and 70s on to imagine what the consequences of these programs would be. So, the end of the 1970s, the process was almost reversed, and the public debate of the visual representations of projects based on the programs became increasingly important. Other, often aesthetical or at least intrinsically architectural values became decisive. Cultural policies were to stimulate this development, a strategy which today somehow also a bit seems to come to an end. So, having spent the 1990s in the Netherlands and as author of Super Dutch on Dutch architecture in the 1990s, I'm of course very aware of the positive impact architectural policies can have, not just on architects and individual buildings, but on the environment as a whole. I've been a member myself of many municipal and national committees formulating and judging such policies, from the Humanities Committee in the city of Arnhem over the Rotterdam Art Foundation and the Fund for Individual Subsidies, which gave grants to individual architects, including for young architects to start their own practice within 2 years after having finished their studies, something that would be unimaginable today. And finally, I was a Crown member of the Culture Council, which advises the government and King on all issues related to cultural policies. Now, that is a very particular kind of career. I would always say I would do 1/3, 1/3, 1/3. I would teach for 1/3 of my time, write for 1/3 of my time, and do this for 1/3 of time. That was possible because all these positions in the Netherlands are paid and taken very seriously. So, architectural policies in that period had a very strong cultural bias. And even today, it's still called Bouwkultuur. The first document on architectural policy at the European level was the EU directive on the mutual recognition of diplomas, certificates, and other evidence of formal qualifications in architecture, which was approved in 1985. Of course, this document has an immense impact on architectural school, as it mentions a list of learning goals that all students must achieve over a period of 5 years to be allowed to call themselves architects. The school where they take their master exam is responsible that it is really the case. And that is something very special, because in most other studies you can do your bachelor here and your master there. There's the movement under Bologna and basically it is not that the 5 years are judged, as is the case with architects. And that puts it in the good company of doctors and midwives, and there are a few professions where there are regulations for this as well, but not many. So that makes architects a very special, that they have a very special role. But more importantly than that it works for schools, I mean, it is something that helped us still last year in formulating our new curriculum, but it is more importantly, this directive resolves a discussion that has been haunting architecture since the debates about the École des Ponts et Chaussées and the École des Beaux-Arts. Theoretically, there's no longer a distinction anymore between studying architecture at a technical university or in an art academy, what people still seem to think. In both cases, future architects will have to study a curriculum which is more or less similar, based first and foremost on the idea that architecture relates to the quality of buildings, the way they blend, in which they blend in with their surroundings, respect for the natural and urban environment, and the collective and individual cultural heritage are matters of public concern. So what I learned from a book that one of our speakers is going to present is that this definition was taken from the French law in architecture from 1977. So when we look at the learning goals, and it seems to be a lot about schools, but it basically says a lot about architecture and the role of architecture and the profile of what an architecture is. The first 4 learning goals in the directive prescribes are: 1, an ability to create architectural designs that satisfy both aesthetic and technical requirements. 2, an adequate knowledge of the history and theories of architecture and the related arts, technologies, and human sciences. I'm very happy that my field is listed second, of course. 3, a knowledge of the fine arts as an influence on the quality of architectural design. 4, an adequate knowledge of urban design, planning, and the skills involved in the planning process. Now, there's a whole list in which also involves technical courses, etc., etc. But basically, when you see it, the profession of the architect was very consciously presented as a cultural profession, as a creative profession, and the technical aspects come later. They also have a different value as learning goals. So that is really quite interesting. So in line with the convictions of the time, the heyday of postmodernism, architecture was rediscovered as a cultural discipline in the first place, with a history of its own, and the architect became an auteur, as this is so crucial in the French cultural tradition. In many countries, it was the Ministry of Culture that took the lead in the development of architectural policies. Funds and committees were installed, architectural museums and galleries opened, countries formulated architectural policies and created funds for it. In 2012, most European countries either had an official document, again I'm quoting from your book, either had an official document on architecture policies or were planning to have one. The forerunners were countries like France, which you see on the bottom, as there was a law on architecture since 1977, the Scandinavian countries, the Netherlands and Flanders. Great Britain and Ireland, and Germany and Austria followed more recently. And I think this has a lot to do with also the different legal contexts in which you implement these kind of policies. The legal conditions and the organization of what an architect is and the responsibilities are very different, I would say, in Austria and Germany, and maybe Anne Schmedding can say something about that later. I think that is really important to realize that if you formulate architecture policies and discuss about architecture policies, that things that might work in one country don't in the other. One of my favorites that I can try to carefully utter here is that as a Dutch person, I'm not very fond of competitions, because basically in the Netherlands, the introduction of competitions really endangered the architectural culture that we have, in which there were hardly any competitions, and when there were competitions, they went wrong. They still went wrong, but now that means a lot goes wrong. So you have to be very careful about things that seem obvious in this respect when you're coming from a particular culture that might not work in the other. I think, therefore, quickly here, the countries that have either legislation in that sense, France, Sweden, it seems, this is again 2012, where there is a sectoral policy, and the countries where there is a comprehensive policy. So that is already different, and in this case, 2012, Germany and Austria are not present, just as well as Spain, Portugal, and a lot of other countries. So, but these differences still remain and have to be taken in consideration in this discourse. So this was the situation in 2012, which has changed. Then there were countries which had a document. There were countries that were planning to have a document, and there were only a very few countries that were not even planning to have one. Whereby, of course, Switzerland is not part of the EU in this case. So, I think it's no exaggeration to state that this development has changed the architectural profession radically since the 1970s. From a largely technocratic and bureaucratic field with little respect for cultural heritage and existing fabrics in historical city center, with little respect also for the people who live there, to a discursive field in which architect auteurs profile their individual positions with great historical, artistic and philosophical awareness. Forms of best practice criticism became dominant, which means that critics only write about forms of architecture they consider to be worthy of it. And museums and galleries do the same, presenting best practices in exhibitions and hope there will be a following, which would improve the built environment at large. There seems hardly to be a city in the world that doesn't have a biennale these days. And the success story has often been repeated. Now, I don't want to trivialize or downplay anything of this. As a critic and curator, and not least as a professor for architectural theory, a relatively new phenomenon that became institutionalized only since the 1970s and 80s, I have been and still am a part of this. And you have no idea how crucial the EU directive from 1985 has been for us in the formulation of a new curriculum for our faculty last year. Also, I'm more than aware how the abandonment of such policies, as this has happened from the beginning of this century in the Netherlands, by right-wing and liberal politics, leads to a dismantling of an architectural culture within just a few years. But I do think it's time not just to be aware of the positive effects of the architectural policies of the last decades, but also consider some of their implicit weaknesses and less desirable side effects. Architecture has become part of the media industry and everything that belongs to it. Its French-style auteurs have turned into stars or starchitects. Best practice criticism today is largely financed by the protagonists themselves. Other forms of criticism have lost quite some edge and leverage. Urbanism, planning, landscape architecture, public and social housing, basically everything that tries to formulate ideas of collectivity, shared values and shared desires, has become seriously neglected. This didn't happen overnight, of course. Processes leading to the privatization and deregulation of the housing market are not new. They started already in the 1970s in Thatcherist England and were sped up in the 1990s and the first years of this century under the politics of the third way in the Netherlands, Great Britain, Germany and Austria, and under the pressure of budgetary conditions for European countries to participate in the euro. In a relatively short period of time, compared to the period it took to build up systems of public housing, this has already led to considerable shifts in the financing of the built environment. Austria is still a unique place for social and public housing, very important, not just social housing, but also public housing, so that at least in some of the Austrian cities, let's say, the rents are to a certain degree under control, and there is still a large enough offer. So, as the building industry is responsible for a large part of the nation's economy, these shifts led to shifts in power as well and paved the way for new forms of populist politics. This is perhaps not so different from the way Silvio Berlusconi's political success was largely enabled by his control over the media industry. And his first project was, of course, a huge housing project in which he introduced his first TV channel and started experimenting with that. Real estate firms largely financed the late Dutch populist Pim Fortuyn and his political parties. The reactionary Roger Scruton, who was recently sacked as head of a British government housing body following comments about Islam, China and George Soros, was the doctoral thesis advisor of Thierry Baudet, who recently won the Dutch elections. So there is, of course, also when you look at, let's say, the cultural and you don't the cultural field, and you don't consider that also as a field with political values, it can easily go in a completely different direction. So the crisis of the welfare state and representative democracy go hand in hand with the rise of populism in Europe. Therefore, it is no wonder that architecture, although maybe not in the sense of exceptional architectural masterpieces, but as housing and urbanism, is one of the main issues for populist politicians. The issue is primarily about financing, ownership, and shifting large flows of money from the government to the private sector. Populist arguments are largely about these issues too. They're about the possibility to own and invest in one's own house, and about the freedom the owner may have to shape it to fit his or her own needs and individual needs and desires. Therefore, this issue is not so much about architectural style as it is about freedom, the freedom to live the way one wants and to design his or her own property. So who could be against that? And this is, I would say, central to a lot of populist arguments relating to architecture. But the rhetoric of postmodernism may in some cases be helpful for populist politicians, and in the end, the results of populist politics may be largely postmodern or historicized in a confused way. Populists and postmodernists may not necessarily shame the same enemy, but at least they share a common symbol of an enemy, the large pre- and post-war modernist housing estates. For populists, this symbol represents the state. For postmodernists, it represents modernism in its most alienated form. Insisting on promoting architecture's cultural importance will not be enough in this respect and risks to get caught up in discussions about identity politics. But the crisis of architecture's cultural role is more fundamental and complicated than that. It is therefore urgently necessary to reformulate the value of architecture and the perspectives it can offer. Last year, in 2018, the European Ministers of Culture, along with other institutions and NGOs, highlighted in the Davos Declaration a trend towards a loss of quality in the built environment all over Europe. So, notwithstanding the architectural policies that we have had. And it would be characterized by the trivialization of construction, the lack of design values, the growth of faceless urban sprawl and irresponsible land use, the deterioration of historic fabric, and the loss of regional traditions and identities. Yet, as stated in the declaration, a high-quality built environment makes a crucial contribution to achieving a sustainable society characterized by a high quality of life, cultural diversity, individual and collective well-being, social justice and cohesion, and economic efficiency. So this is an enormous task, since at least from the 1960s on, individualization has been one of the implicit secret driving forces of the architectural debate. However, the perspective on this phenomenon has largely changed. In the 60s, 70s, and 80s, and even largely today, individualization was seen as something that had to be achieved. The main task of progressive architecture was to find and create aesthetical and organizational differences, or even to provoke them. Today, and in the next decades, individualization will become something that has to be dealt with, that has to be accommodated. That is a completely different program, and we are already struggling with it. Some of the biggest problems in architecture and urbanism, like urban sprawl and the uncertainties about what public space is, are immediately related to individualization. But individualization is doing more than that. How valuable it may have become to us, it is threatening the very nature of what we have learned to consider it as architecture with a big A, and urban planning. Now, in itself, that may not be a problem. In an interview with the largest daily newspaper in Tyrol, J.R. Pendel said yesterday that he sees himself primarily as a committed defender of Baukultur and less of the interests of architects. Because when good architecture is in demand, its inventors are automatically doing well. Baukultur is a general concern that affects everyone on a daily basis. And I think that is absolutely true. And therefore, it is also really important to formulate this, and it is important that this conference takes place. But there are some other essential responsibilities and tasks in society that would have to be reshuffled, particularly in the field of urbanism and urban design, landscape architecture, regional planning. And this is an enormous task ahead of us that is still taken too lightly, particularly by architects. It is such an enormous task because, as Ulrich Beck, the late German sociologist, writes, Any attempt to come up with a new concept that would provide social cohesion must depart from acknowledging that individualism, diversity, and skepticism are deeply rooted in Western culture. The rethinking demanded in the Davos Declaration is therefore much more fundamental than it seems. A new consensus is not yet in sight. Let's just look at the newspapers these days. In Berlin, people go in the streets to demand the nationalization of large parts of the housing stock. In the Netherlands, nurses and teachers can hardly find affordable housing in the Randstad, leading to a lack in availability of these professions. In Austria, the government still wants to increase private ownership, knowing that this had dramatic consequences for the housing stock. So these positions all over Europe are already very different. There seems to be a change, there seems to be opportunities for change, but they have not crystallized out yet. So if you have learned one thing over the last couple of years, it is that whatever architectural policies we might develop, they will fail if the economical and political base of the built environment moves in another direction. Thank you very much. So, thank you. So I'm immediately continuing in my next role. So the next panel, get this out of my, where did I put it? Ah, thank you. Okay, so the next panel is dedicated to the first panel actually is dedicated to European policies and approaches. And that is a very interesting field. We have 3 speakers that I'm really honored to have here in our faculty. We have João Ferreira Bento, researcher at the Bartlett School of Planning, University College of London, and I already quoted for some things from his earlier studies in this field, so he's a real expert and can compare these different policies. What I didn't know that there also in the United States there's much more in terms of policies than I actually thought. So that is really interesting. Anne Schmedding is Deputy Director of the Bundesstiftung Baukultur in Germany, a more recent addition to this field, which is, of course, Germany is a really important country in this respect, already extremely influential, and I think also influential in finding and in probably moving some of the emphasis in the architectural policies as we have had them since the 1980s and the ones that we might need today. And then we have Hendrik Stjernholm, and he's the former city architect of Veje. So there we have someone who has been dealing with these issues and policies on the level of a city. So that is, I think, to start with, already an interesting kind of opening. And I may now invite João Ferreira Bento, and I always hope that I pronounce these names right, to have the first presentation. Thank you. Oh yeah, I was already wondering where it was. How do you do it? Oh, you just hang it. Yep, not like this. Thank you.
Well, good morning. First of all, I'd like to thank for the invitation to be here today to present some of my research findings on architectural policies and approaches across Europe. Namely, I will briefly present 3 research projects, one old one recently concluded, and one ongoing project. Following this structure, my presentation will be divided in 3 parts. First, I will start with the big picture, the results of a cross-national survey on architectural policies in Europe that was already briefly referred by Bart, where I will also try to provide an updated panorama and a more recent overview because the survey was from 2012 and a lot of things have happened since then. Secondly, I will summarize the main findings of a small research project carried out last year for the government of Estonia, focused on spatial design leadership and the specific role of state architects across 5 states. Finally, and thirdly, I will briefly refer to ongoing research project that started 2 months ago called Urban Maestro. The first study I would like to present here is the Survey on Architectural Policy in Europe, which was carried out in the framework of my PhD research at the Bartlett, together with the FAP in 2012. At the time, I was keen to understand how architecture has become widely adopted as an object of public policy in Europe and has a new policy domain at EU level, which I call the rise of architectural policies. In fact, in the last 40 years, there has been a remarkable growth in the number of countries that have adopted national architectural policies. Looking at the beginning of this movement, in the European panorama, has already been mentioned, France was the first country to adopt a national policy on architecture, but in a form of a law approved by the National Parliament in 1977. The adoption of the law was a very important milestone for the French architects, as it provided a foundation for a strong state cultural intervention in architecture. In the context of the Grand Project in the 80s, it would lead to the establishment of several bodies, such as the Inter-Ministry Mission for Quality in Public Construction, the MIC, in 1985. In that context, in the same year, has already been mentioned, the European Council adopted its first policy directly aimed to architecture, the Directive of Architects in 1985. However, although the EU directive recognized the public interest of architecture, its scope was mainly restricted to the freedom of movement of architects within the EU through the mutual recognition of diplomas and other formal qualifications in architecture, has already been explained. In 1991, the Netherlands would adopt a pioneer policy document dedicated to architectural promotion. This new interministerial policy was an important landmark in the Dutch context, leading to the creation of several public institutions, such as the Berlage Institute and others. Since then, every 4 or 5 years, the Dutch Parliament approves a new policy version. The last one, I think, is from 2017. Following the Dutch model, several other European countries started to develop comprehensive policies directly addressed to architecture and urban design. Following this trend, in 2001, the EU Council, with the help of some lobby of the FAP, decided to adopt the EU resolution on architectural quality, encouraging the member states to promote design quality and raise awareness about the value of architecture and urban design. However, the resolution failed to embrace the emerging sustainable development agenda portrayed some years after by the Leipzig Charter on Sustainable European Cities in 2007. Therefore, in 2008, the EU Council adopted a second policy on architecture with a reinforced object and aim, the Council Conclusions on Architecture, which advocated the integration of design quality in all policies and when commissioning public works. However, like all other EU soft policies, these two documents are not mandatory for the member states. They are informal and they are supposed to influence and give, how the name says, a soft policy, so each member state follow it or not. So they are policy recommendations setting up general principles for future policy making. In this background, in 2011, I developed a survey together with the FAP to review and assess the impact of the Council resolution and conclusions by surveying the political developments that the two EU policies may have generated in the individual member states since its adoption. A questionnaire was sent to governmental departments responsible by architecture within all the member states, and the report was published in 2012. The survey covered 33 countries, 27 member states, 4 official EU candidates, and 2 other countries, Norway and Switzerland. I don't want to repeat too much, but I will briefly refer to the survey. Among other aspects, it tried to identify the existence of a national policy on architecture, formalized in some type of official document, which could outline the government policy on architecture. Has already been mentioned, at the time of the survey in 2012, half of the countries had an official architectural policy, 14 stated that they were planning to develop one, and only 5 were not planning. However, after analyzing the different documents collected, it was identified 3 main types of policy approaches: legislation, comprehensive, and sectoral policy. The comprehensive was adopted by the majority of the countries, legislation only in France and Sweden, and sexual policy only in Britain and Cyprus. In a chronological perspective, this has already been shown also, you can see that the development of the formal policies is still a relative recent phenomena. Even so, it is possible to observe a remarkable growth in the adoption of this type of policy. Finally, the survey also described other initiatives, such as the Baukultur reports in Germany and Austria, which were not seen as a policy per se, but were addressing similar concerns. After briefly summarizing the survey main findings, now I will try to give an overview of the current panorama and of the architectural policies in Europe today, as 8 years have passed and as would expected, new things have happened. So one of the recent changes in France, the Ministry of Culture has announced its intention to approve a national strategy for architecture, and the official document was approved in 2015. In addition, 5 other countries have also adopted a national policy, Croatia in 2013 and Hungary in 2015. After a long process, Portugal has also approved its national policy in 2015, which has the particularity of combining architecture and landscape policy. Also, Czech Republic adopted its national policy in 2015, and Slovenia in 2017 entitled Architecture for People. Finally, Austria has been debating in developing efforts in Baukultur for several years, with several publications called Building Culture Reports, at least in 2006 and 2011, and I think there's a third one more recent. But in 2017, the Austrian Council of Ministers has adopted its first national federal guidelines on building culture. So looking at the progression of the architectural policies, all 3 types together, it is possible to observe that in 2011, this was the picture. With the updated situation now, in 2019, on the upper part, we can see the new countries, Croatia, Hungary, Portugal, and Slovenia, and more recently, Czech Republic and Austria. Down below, we can see that France now has also a new color with a new comprehensive architectural policy. So basically, this is an attempt to update the data. This is not an official comprehensive information because no new survey was carried out again. So this was basically web research. But similar to Austria, the federal governments are also promoting Baukultur policy initiatives. In Germany, the initiative Architektur in Baukultur that started in 2000, leading to the creation of the Federal Foundation for Baukultur, who the following speaker will introduce its aims, and who has also been publishing biannual reports. This later report, published in 2016, and also Switzerland has also included Baukultur in its cultural policy, and is pursuing initiatives at national level. To add another layer, we have also has public policy. It's not expressed only in policy documents. Wallonia has also created a specific department in charge of architecture, le cellule architecture. Italy has also a long-standing general direction of contemporary architecture, and Spain has also a long-standing general direction which includes architecture in its remit. So, considering a broader view on public policy, we need to update this map and the survey has picture. So it would look something like this. We have more countries with a comprehensive policy. There is the special case of France that now has the mix of policies, the law that still remains active, and a comprehensive policy, which we generally are called strategies. I've also included Germany and Switzerland in the sexual policy categories, due to the Baukultur initiatives. Also, I include Wallonia, Italy, and Spain in the sexual policies. And finally, I also changed the title of the slide to Type of Public Policies on Architecture, as it has expanded its scope. This means that we need to include countries that do not have a formal policy per se, that is a policy document, but are also implementing policy instruments and aiming at the same goals. Looking across the policy documents, I only have time to discuss one topic here, so I would like to have more time to look at the transversal themes. I bring you only the question of the scope, as it has been expanding. Aiming for integration, the policy started to include other related concepts that could better convey the interdisciplinary nature of the built environment, such as spatial design in the Netherlands, place in the UK, and Baukultur in the Germanic states, widely expanding the scope to other disciplinary fields. Nevertheless, the difference in semantics does not undermine the same long-term goal of higher quality of life, namely through building bridges across state departments and achieve compromises between different design professionals and silos and stakeholders to accomplish better built outcomes. So I would like to go for a second piece of evidence that I bring you here today, mainly the main findings of a small research project that has just been published last month, which was commissioned by the Estonian government and was focused on spatial design leadership, namely the role, the instruments, and impact of state architect teams in fostering spatial quality and a placemaking culture across 5 European states. Before starting, why does this research occur? The starting point for this research was the observation that many national governments and states have a public official titled the state architect or the government architect, chief architect, to provide design leadership and strategic advice to government to improve the design of public buildings and promote better places. As an example, this is the website of the government architect of New South Wales in Australia. In fact, all Australian states have a state architect office. Interestingly, most of US American states also have a state architect office, including the federal government. This is the website of Tennessee's state architect office. Although the state architects have long been established in several countries and states around the world, in several other European countries, this is a relatively recent phenomenon. This is the case of Sweden, which just appointed its first state architect in 2018. In this context, it's relevant to clarify the contribution that a state architect or similar team and examine whether or not it can improve the role of the government in promoting high-quality environments. Having this said, the following research questions were identified. Although it's starting to be recognized, the importance of design leadership in enabling better places, in fact, little evidence is known on how spatial design leadership is put into practice in different social and political contexts. The research covered 5 European states, Ireland, Flanders, and Scotland, which have a state architect position, and Denmark and Vienna, which do not have such position, in order to examine and compare different ways of public authorities to exercise spatial design leadership. So after these, I will briefly describe 2 case studies, which I don't have time to describe all of the 5, Flanders and Vienna, one of each model, so one that have a state architect and the other that does not have, to see how does it work. I will start with Flanders, the northern part of Belgium. Inspired by the Dutch, the Flemish government decided to appoint its first Flemish government architect in 1998 to provide long-term support to regional and local government in pursuing a spatial design policy and promoting high-quality environments. Since then, every 4 years, the Flemish government architect submits to the government a policy paper for a 4-year funding program, the last entitled Places for People and Nature. According with its policy paper, the government architect should stimulate and inspire Flemish architectural awareness as a way of increasing cultural responsibility on the part of authorities, industry, and the public. To do so, its core tasks are providing support and guidance to principals on public projects, contributing actively to the development and vision and reflection, communicating and raising awareness about topical issues, advising about gaps in regulation in relation to design quality, and providing opportunities for young architects. Its most important tool is the open call, which helps public principals to select designers for assignments in areas of architecture, urban planning, public space, and infrastructure. As an independent expert and advisor to the government, the Flemish government architect is a bridge builder who approach projects from a cross-sectional perspective across policy areas. So it's an instrument that opens every year where local authorities can ask for the help of the state architect. It's a free service, they don't pay. They will prepare all the competition and the assignment for selecting the designer. So it's a way of the Flemish architect directly influence the design governance process that it's being delivered by the local authorities. Similar to the other case studies, the government also supports an architectural cultural institution dedicated to champion design across the Flemish stakeholders and society in general. Established in 2001, the Flanders Architectural Institute, the VAI, is responsible for the publication of the Flemish architecture yearbooks, organized exhibitions and other activities that are aimed at making the general public more aware of architecture and urban design. Now, looking for a different approach, the research looked at the state of Vienna. Within the state of Vienna, although there is not a state architect office in place, there is a department for architecture and urban design. Its mission is to develop the cityscape in a contemporary way, fostering a culture of placemaking and strengthening awareness and responsibility for design and living environment. To do so, the department has around 60 people working, providing urban design advice to other departments across the city department and state, because Vienna is both a state and city, because it's a federal city capital. And including advice about urban plans, architectural design of public buildings and public spaces in Vienna. In addition, there is also an advisory board for urban planning and urban design, an independent body that provides spatial design advice to the City Council with the following tasks. It advises on the establishment and modification of zoning and development plans, assessment on the individual building projects if they have a strong impact in local cityscape. Similar to Flanders, there is also an architectural center funded in 1993 with the help of the state and city of Vienna. As most of probably of you know, the Architectural Center of Vienna is a cultural body dedicated to show and promote architectural and urban design to all the audience. So after examining the 5 states individually, the research looked across the case studies to uncover the similarities and difference between the different models of spatial design leadership. The research cross-analysis the data collected from the 5 case studies against 6 dimensions. I only briefly refer to 3 of those, as I do not have time to go to all of them here. In another 5 minutes and I'm finished. First point is that in all case studies have been pursuing an architectural policy for more than 1 decade, and some for almost 20 years, focused on setting a design agenda, ambitions for better places. Although there are differences among the concepts used, the same concern about the quality of places and the quality of life are present in all of them, which mean that these different conceptual approaches do not undermine the general aim of a more sustainable development. To push for a policy implementation, the first 3 states have appointed a state architect to provide spatial design leadership in general and improve the design of public buildings in particular through a diversified set of design policy tools and actions. So we have the first 3, Sian O'Connor from Ireland, Leo van Broek from Flanders, and Ian Gilson from Scotland. The remaining 2, Denmark and Vienna, the system operates in a different way, taking advantage of a robust cluster of actors and design advisory body. Although they do not have a state architect, they have what we can call a design champion, who provides spatial design leadership within its administrative structure, and in the case of Vienna, also at local level. Nevertheless, there are different conceptions of the role and the mission of a design champion. In this view, it is possible to place the 5 the state design champions along a spectrum, from a more limited role to a more expansive role. At one extreme, the state design champions operate within and adds capacity to the statutory planning system. This is the case of Vienna or the Danish department. More proactively, on the opposite side of the spectrum, governments may appoint a design champion as a change agent or a change leader with a much more ambitious strategic and political role. This is the case of Flanders. In the middle, there is Ireland, who has both roles, because Sian O'Connor is a state architect of Ireland, but it's also a public official inside the public office of public works. So he has both roles. He's both a design advisor with a proactive leadership across government, but he's also responsible for 100 architects working for him, designing all public buildings in Ireland. So it's a particular case because it still maintains all of the designing of most of public buildings for public administration in the Irish government. Scotland, it's more on the left side of the spectrum, as it supervises the works of Architectural and Design Scotland, ADS, a national champion of spatial design, a very similar body to the old CABE in England. To draw some conclusions, as I don't have time to go through all of the study, on the role of spatial design leadership in process of design governance, as was seen, more and more countries are taking design increasingly seriously and developing sophisticated means to ensure that they provide leadership on this domain. A critical lesson is that spatial design policy, or architectural policy, or design-build policy, however you want to call it, involves a public compromise to promote design quality as a cooperative aim. As the research has shown, by appointing a state architect or a design champion is a direct way for the government to take leadership role in process of design governance. To deliver this policy ambition across public sector, governments should steer that direction and lead by example and fostering a place-making culture. Finally, I will just briefly introduce in 1 minute the last and third research project we just started last March, entitled Urban Maestro. This is a 2-year research project. It just started. It's an initiative, a small consortium comprising the United Nations Human Settlements Program, UN Habitat, UCL, University College London, where I'm working on, the Brussels Bouwmeester Maître Architect, BMA, supported by the European Commission. Urban Maestro looks at how way European cities are being designed and financed, focusing on innovative ways of generating and implementing urban spatial quality. Urban Maestro project focuses on soft power modalities of urban design governments and those approaches where public authorities act in a semi-formal or informal capacity as enablers or brokers rather than regulatory or direct investment powers. Among several objectives, the project aims to map out the design governance landscape in all jurisdictions across Europe. To do so, a questionnaire was already sent to more than 150 organizations around Europe. If you would like to participate and provide information on the state of affairs on your jurisdiction, you can access the questionnaire until the 20th of May on the website of the project. Here is the project contacts, where you can find all the information. The first workshop will be right in next 13th of June in Valencia in the Placemaking Week. Well, to finalize, I hope I have provided some information for the following debate. As in all other public policies, a good sound evidence base is crucial to push for and improve the public policy's effectiveness. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you very much. I hope Anne is also taking her own... you don't have the... it's the standard equipment, you know, of... Well, I'm very happy that Anna Schmedding is here. She's the deputy director of the Bundesstiftung Baukultur. I know her already for a long time from the editorial offices of Daedalus. So I'm really happy that she's here. She has been an editor of magazines, she has been an academic, and now she is implementing her knowledge for the German Baukultur. Thank you.
So this is me, yeah. So thank you very much for inviting me, and thank you very much, Mr. Bento, that you already stated some of our Baukultur reports. And I will try first to explain to you our approach to the theme of Baukultur, how we understand Baukultur and how we communicate it. And then in the second row, I will present a little bit the work of the Federal Foundation of Baukultur, as we are not the state itself. We are an independent foundation, and so we are a little bit the link between the public and the state. And yeah, I will try to explain it a little bit. So what is Baukultur? I have to get this. So what is Baukultur? The Davos Declaration, we were in the editorial board, and we tried to get our comprehensive of Baukultur into it. What is not Baukultur, this I think is clear for everybody, which is, I think, very good formulated in the Davos Declaration. So it's phaseless agglomerations, irresponsible land consumption, and so on. So we all have a clear vision of what is Baukultur not. So when we started to work for the Federal Foundation, we asked ourselves, so what is Baukultur then? Because we are the Federal Foundation of Baukultur. We made a survey among citizens, and we're asking, what do you understand of Baukultur? Because this is a word which is not open for the general public. The general public doesn't understand this word. So mostly Baukultur is connected to historic buildings, to big, very solitary buildings like museums or opera houses, but Baukultur is in the general public not linked to everyday architecture. And a little bit the same, it's also for the public administrations. We also asked them and made a survey among them. And also for them, Baukultur is linked mostly to style and aesthetics, and to old buildings, to historical buildings. And at the very end, then it comes to technical innovation, for example, which I think it's very deeply impact to Baukultur and very important for Baukultur. So we were developing our House of Baukultur, which is mainly based on the triangle of the sustainability, which you all know. And we try to widen it up, the triangle, the social, economic, and ecological impact, and get also the space and design quality into it, which is normally in the triangle, not into it. And also what I think is the most important, the planning and process quality, the culture of communication, the culture of planning, which is the main base for Baukultur. So Baukultur is high quality architecture. This is one of the main parts of Baukultur. So what can be high quality architecture? It's always the best to talk about best practice examples, then everybody understands what you mean. You can make images, you can evoke images with it. So this is, for example, just one short example in Bleibach in the south of Germany, in Bavaria, a new concert hall. But this new concert hall is just the end of a very long process which was implemented by an architect, Peter Heimel, in this village. First, he started to renovate the city hall with the people together. They were all together constructing newly this civic hall, which is just to the left of the concert hall. And then the sense of Baukultur in the city was so strong, also together in the community, that he could implement this new provoking architecture of the concert hall, and it was highly accepted by the people. And within the concert hall now there are international concerts, and the touristic was coming back into the city. The city is not shrinking anymore, but it's a really vivid city. So Baukultur was the angle, was the link to get a new development, a positive development into the city. But Baukultur, it's not only about new buildings, it's also, I think, mainly about transforming buildings into a new sensible way. This is the Kulturpalast in Dresden of GMP, quite known German architectural office. It's a GDR concert hall. There was a long discussion about this cultural palace to destroy it because it's a GDR architecture, but then at the end this transformation took place into a new concert hall, into a library, into a big public space, which also then changed all the public space also around this building. So it's not only the building itself, it's a transformation of a whole area around it, which makes it to Baukultur. Or this example you all know. Baukultur also takes place in everyday architecture. The transformation of La Carton-Vasal, of a post-war living condominium, and by having these winter gardens in front of it, they gain space. They really had a big participation process with the people, and they gain an aesthetical new aspect into it, which was before not at all there. So it's a development into a very good in a multi-dimensional way. It can only happen in the public space. This is a transformation of a former parking lot in a little town in Hessen, in the middle of Germany, a shrinking town. But with this transformation of the marketplace, they got the life into the city center back again. So there are many possibilities for conversion, and conversion must be a main part of the theme of Baukultur, because already now, for example, in Germany, 3/4 of the investment into architecture, into construction, is going into the existing buildings. So if we don't look much more concentrated on the conversion, then we can't gain the Baukultur for the future, because our future cities are already built mainly. And it's also because all these existing buildings, we had a very complex process to find out the number of how much existing construction material every German is carrying on his shoulders. So it's a fully packed ICE, a fully packed train, which we are all carrying on our shoulders with the already existing material of the existing buildings. So we have to take care of it, and we have to establish a conversion culture, which is main part of Baukultur. And it's also because of the ecological reasons, which is quite clear. So we have to think, which is in Germany a big issue, and I think all over Europe too, this thermal insulation composite systems, which are in Germany very loved, and they put it on every building, but this is not the main solution for getting a good climate solution for the existing buildings, because very often aesthetically you've got serious problems. So the conversion, also in an ecological way, must bring an aesthetical improvement and not, like on the left side, a weird aesthetical solution, so to say. And the transformation of existing buildings can also bring something completely new, a complete new quality. So for me, one of the main examples for this is the transformation of the Munich Re insurance building in 2014 by Sauerbruch and Hatten. You can see the existing building there on the left side, and you had 9 meters deep space without any daylight coming in. So the main idea was to destroy this building from the late 70s, early 80s. But then Sauerbruch and Hatten transformed the building, made this daylight coming into the building by cutting this holes out of the building and getting a new spatial quality within it, getting ecological much better solution. So they counted that 34 years you can heat the building with the spared energy that you have not destroyed the building, so it's a much better solution. But it's also a new way of gaining quality, of gaining Baukultur quality. But I would like not to talk only about architecture. It's also about understanding the bigger picture, the urban planning and the regional planning theme. So, for example, in Germany, we have a very uneven development in the moment of shrinking areas and getting more dense areas. So the housing issue, which is in the moment in Germany the most discussed one, you've got 1.5 million flats which are planned within the next 4 years, but at the same time there are 1.7 flats which are standing empty in the shrinking areas. They are just on the wrong place. So how can you bring this together? We asked in our survey the people, where would you like to live? And most of the people said they would like to live 45% in the rural communities, which was quite astonishing for me because the dense areas are mostly the city. I think I had the feeling everybody wants to go into the city. But, oh, did I do it? Shall I do something? Shall I just continue talking, or? So, am I doing it, or are you doing it? Can you give me a hint? They don't talk to me. Okay, thank you. So, but how do you want? No. Perhaps we skip the image. Perhaps it's something about, it's about single family housing. So perhaps it doesn't want to be shown here because it's not part of the Baukultur, I don't know. So I try to continue talking. So most of the people want to live in the single family housing areas. And so most of the communities in Germany, they plan. Shall I try it once again? Wow. Okay. So most of the communities in Germany, they are planning still the single-family housing areas. 84% of all the communities in Germany are planning them within the next years. And among them are 64% in shrinking areas. So what does happen when in shrinking areas there are new single-family housing parks planned, business parks planned outside of the cities? We call it the donut effect. that at the outside you have a lot going on, but in the inside, in the inner city center, in the village center, it's getting empty. There is a lot of emptiness, empty flats, empty shops, because everything is happening in the outside. So we say Baukultur is getting the donut effect in reverse. In English you would say the filled donut effect. In German you would say the Krapfen effect. So that you have really the vivid center in the middle, and in the dense middle, in the dense city center, and not in the outside. So we have this very complex graphic. You can all find it on our website. I don't explain it all in extension, but this donut effect, to get it in inverse and to get the vivid centers again, this is one of the main issues also of Baukultur in Germany, but I think in most of the European countries, to avoid the vacancy in the town centers and to avoid this big business parks in the outsides and this kind of non-spaces in the outside. It's also about economics. It's quite expensive to have the development of those outstanding areas, and it's also an ecological problem because we still in Germany have too many areas putting away the green and just, I don't know the name in English, just building something on it. So we have to continue to build mixed quarters, to build something which is this vivid city center, the vivid village center, and to continue with this. So it's also, Baukultur is also an issue of urban planning. And Baukultur is also an issue of the public spaces. Our next Baukultur report will concentrate on the issue of public spaces. And because we think that if the public is investing in the public spaces, you have a big transformation chance, because if you transform the public space, the private investment mostly follows. And also a big issue of Baukultur is the whole infrastructure, mobility question. We have to get away from the car. We have to invest more in bicycle and public transport. So it can be also a transformation of empty train stations. This is a big problem in many German cities, small cities, that the Deutsche Bahn was selling all the train station and closed it all, mainly to private investor. There's a private British equity firm which has now 400 train stations in Germany, and mostly they are empty. But some cities, they bought these train stations and found a new function for it, like here in Sangerhausen in Thüringen, where is a public library, for example. And also the transformation of the traffic is a big chance for the cities. So here in Sieg, for example, the river was completely covered by a parking space, and they took away this parking space and renatured the Sieg. And you have these terraces among the Sieg where you can sit, where you can stand. And this changed the whole city because you have a new center in the city, a new attractive center where all the people are coming. So Baukultur, as I said in the beginning, is also the culture of good processes. And this process, it's not only about the architects, it's about the whole process, and a lot of planners, and also the one who's owning, the one who's paying the money, the public, the municipality, the participation processes. All this is very important, and only if this process is really functioning good, you have a chance for Baukultur. So it's also about the property question, which is, I think, a quite important question for Baukultur. This is a development of a former velvet weaving company in Krefeld, where you have within the building a lot of public space, which was only functioning because they founded this Genossenschaft, this principle of sharing the money and sharing the ownership. And cooperative building and living can also create new forms of living. This project in München, which is also a Genossenschaft Wagnis, you have a lot of common space because of this kind of shared ownership. For example, on the rooftops, it's all over terraces, open terraces, which can be used by all the owners. And good processes can only be economically interesting because they lead to short processes. This building, which was built over a parking space in Munich, by Florian Nagler, architect, and was built just within 13 months, just because the municipality and the architects were working very good together, and it was clear they have to build it in a very short time, because there were small single apartments for students and refugees, and in Munich they really needed this space. So this designing of successful processes, we concentrate mostly in our communication on the so-called phase 0, on the beginning of a process, that in the beginning you have to be aware of who is involved in the process and who you have to communicate with, at what time, with what aim, and you have to plan this in the beginning very good, and then you can save a lot of money and a lot of time. Especially the issue of participation is a big issue, as mainly the interest in participation of the general public in the beginning is very low, because it's not easy to imagine what will happen there. And then at the end, when you really can see what has happened there, then the protests start, then they really want to get into the process, but then it gets more expensive. So you have the interest groups in a solution-oriented dialogue, you have to integrate them very early. And you can integrate them even more formal in a way. This is, for example, the very complex system in a small town in Bavaria, in Bayern, where they have a so-called Mitmachamt, an institution for making the decision with of the people, and they can get into it, and they are really, the participation is part of the planning process of public buildings. So using all the instruments and tools for Baukultur, some of them we heard already, active citizens information, which is, I think, one of the most important one. Develop a basis for dialogue and displays of Baukultur. This is something which is for us, for the Federal Foundation of Baukultur, a very important issue, that you have in the communities, in the villages, in the towns and cities, that you have a place where the people can come together and debate and discuss. So, for example, having a model, like here in Münster, this is something which all the people love, even them, if they have no real idea of architecture. A model is always good to open it up, because you can find your house there and you can understand how your city looked like, and you can provoke lust to debate with and to think with. So making the general public aware of the importance of Baukultur for their everyday life, this is something which I think is one of the main issues, because only if the whole society is really supporting the idea of the importance of Baukultur, we all, as the professions, have the chance. So competitions in Germany, they are mainly made for big projects, but sometimes competitions are also not the best solution, because sometimes if you have a very small town and they make for the first time in their life a public project, sometimes a competition can be too much for them and can be too complex for them. So sometimes I think competitions are not always the best solution. We have design advisory councils in Germany. They are growing. Here is the number of 2016. Now I think we are about 140, so it's growing and growing. But there are still 90% of the communities in Germany, they never heard about this idea of design advisories, and they are not interested in to have them. This is also something where we have to find solutions for design advisories for small municipalities, so they must be temporary, they must be mobile, there must be new models for them, because they can't, a small town can't afford to have a design advisory all the time. So some words about us, the Federal Foundation of Baukultur. We were founded in 2006. We are an independent foundation. We are financed by one part of the state of Germany and by one part of a Friends Association, where there are architects and planners, engineers in, but also big firms. And so we really have an independency, because we have this public-private financed thing. We don't support projects, but we support the communication about Baukultur. This means that we make a lot of events all over Germany, where we take local issues and invite national experts to help to find solutions for the local problems. The main thing what we do is that we have also a lot of publications. The main publications are our already cited Baukultur reports. They come every 2 years, and I wanted to bring a lot of them, but they are somehow lost by the post. So, but you can get them through our website, and we will send it to you all over Europe. They come every 2 years, and they have a theme every 2 years. So the first one was about this big city, the second one about the countryside, and the last one was about the heritage and how to deal with the heritage, the transformation of the existing architecture. And these Baukultur reports, they come to the Bundestag. We have the privilege to present them to the Bundestag. We make recommendations, and they are discussed in the Bundespolitical level. And we have a very complex process to make them. We don't write them just ourselves in our little villa in Potsdam. We invite a lot of experts, a lot of people to write them with us to be sure that we really understand the whole complex coming together. So it's around 1,500 people working on each Baukultur report. So it's about 50,000 each report now we send out and we get to the people. And it's not only on the Bundes level, it's also on the federal countries level, and also a lot of cities are using them, a lot of architects are using them for their own work. And we make a lot of events. In the moment, they are focused on the professional public, but we are the only institution in Germany who invites interdisciplinary. So in our workshops, it's not only the architects who are coming, it's also the real estate, the project developers, the municipalities, and they all come together and work in this kind of workshop-like system to find good solutions and to find our recommendations for the Baukultur report. We are also taking part on many real estate fairs, as in our understanding, there where the money is, but Lutzma said it also already, there we have to get the theme of quality of Baukultur into it. We are talking in the moment with a lot of real estate developers about the idea of a Baukultur Codex, for the real estate level, because only if the idea of quality comes in, I think we have a chance. So we have a growing Friends Association. They are supporting us not only with money, but also with a lot of ideas. So the Federal Foundation of Baukultur, we are 20 people working in Potsdam, but it's a big network and association all over Germany, because Baukultur, I think, can only be achieved together. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Anne. We have the next speaker, the last speaker in this panel, and that's Henrik Stjerdenholm, and he's the former city architect of Veje. So we have someone who is working on a much more local and probably also personal level.
Can I use the microphone? Okay. The photos are not, they are a little light, but thank you very much for the invitation. And I will tell about how it is to work in a city and how it's possible to, as a city architect in the city administration, to put much more focus on architecture and planning and how you can develop a city also. So I have called this architecture policy as a booster of urban development in many ways. Just to show where Vejle is, just in the middle of Denmark. Copenhagen is here, Germany is here, and up to the border is 100 kilometers. Lego, I think you know Lego, Legoland, and Billund Airport. And here I have shown how many cities that have adopted an architecture policy, and it's around 37 cities, most of them here in the east of Jutland, on Funen, and a lot of cities around in Copenhagen. Of course, Copenhagen and smaller municipalities, and Bornholm. What has given me inspiration in 97 to make this policy in Vejle? It was in 96 the government has made something called architectural guidelines. It was not really an architecture policy, but something about what the state would like to do. And this gave the idea, they said, what can we do as a city to put much more focus on the architecture? So that's why we made this in 97, and the first really Danish architecture policy, it was in 2007, and another one in 2014. And here you see Vejle. It's the harbor. We are situated by a fjord. The harbor area, all with the red roofs, are the city center, the pedestrian street and everything. And here's education areas, exhibition, and then you have the landscape, a river, and a lot of green forest and green nature around the city. But what is architecture policy in Vejle? It is indeed a little booklet. It was 16 pages with very less words, some photos, and it's to tell that some of the newest architecture policies is maybe 100, 200 pages. So it's very big difference between the policies in the cities. And of course, you have to find out what is really the point in your city. So it's a process with thinking architecture in everything when we talk about the physical environment. It's all kind. It's planning, it's building permissions, it's urban places, traffic, new streets, what we are doing in the nature. You have to have this in your mind, that everything to make some projects, you must think of what about the architecture quality in this place where we are planning. It's both private and public projects. The dialogue with the investors and the owners is very important, because in the local planning, and so we cannot, it's not possible to write down what is a good architecture. So you have a lot of discussion, what is the right building on the right place, and of course also to get some people, some investors to build something. And it's also with the citizens and the politicians. I'll show more. I think it's very much about to be proactive beside of the law. I'll tell a little more about this. You have to have a good strategy, and you have to be very ambitious. All the time you must say that you can do it a little better than the last time. So you have lots of ambitious thinking in this also. And then number 9, it's not a question about you ask your city council, we need more money, else we cannot do an architecture policy. Because we are using a lot of money anyway, so it's just to make it in a better way. And why did it happen in 97? We have a lot of projects, we are many architects, the politician, we have a lot of study tours, show you some of them. We have a lot of architects and employees that are ambitious, and also the managers, our director, and so were interested in this. And so we need to have the next step forward to make something new. So that was the mind behind. And when I say what I mean about what is beside the law is that if we take the state, they would like to decide a lot of things, you know. everywhere. There are a lot of legislation, planning, environment, buildings. Just in the planning field, we have 2,000 pages to read when we are going to make a plan. Of course, you don't need to know everything, but it's the reality today, and it's more and more complicated. And also for you that are the private owners that construct buildings. We have this. We have the city council ourselves. We can also make it a little difficult for ourselves sometimes, and a lot of political agreements, budget, economy, and everything. And you can do all the local planning you want. Nothing happens if nobody would like to build something. So that's why I say here in the playground, you make some workshops, try to get some investors to catch them, to get architect competition, talk with the citizens, make guided tour, and a lot of things here. It's all about what is architecture policy, I think. And it's also something about leadership. If you have 10 planners and you are chief for all this, what's going on here, if you can make this 10% faster, more smarter, you could put one person in this playground here and try to make more development. And if you can put two persons, it's better. So a lot of possibilities to make development. A little about the urban strategy. We try to make this a livable city in the city center, to make some attractive housing, shopping centers inside the city and not outside. We try to make all a big kind of concentration, all kind of leisure, culture, growing business. It's transforming like many other places from industrial city to a new experimental city. A lot of urban spaces and traffic conditions for everyone. It's not easy in reality, but we try. I will give you some examples here. We have a city strategy where we have very easy the harbor, the historical center, all about education, and something we call the micropole zone along the river here. And then we put a lot of different visions and projects that we say that if we make this project here, and you can see the wave come a little bit later. If we could try to get some investors that would build these buildings around here, it will be good for the development. A city shopping center, just in the center and not outside, and it has been the strategy for more than 30 years not to put all the shops outside. And it's maybe something of the most important that the politicians understand, that if you make a new shopping center outside the city, you are going to start the first day to kill the city center and the city life here. It's also a little dark. It's the city park, a lot of music and culture, and to bring people in the city in the night and go to the cafes and restaurants and have some city life. And one of the big events some years ago, it was at Siemens Gamesa, and all the worldwide wind power are produced here in the city of Vejle, maybe for many reasons, but one of them is because it's a beautiful city landscape. Some of the houses, some called the Five Sisters, some brown buildings very near, just in the center, and also the shopping center and the river and some light, and also to bring the nature into the city, some kayaking. We always try to make art and architecture. Here's a parking house with a big glass staircase tower. Something with skating, also just in the center, the pedestrian street is just here to get activity and a summer photo from the same place. So we always try to make some good architecture and find also architects abroad to make something. Temporary urban spaces, especially for children and some women also. And also about the harbor, to transform the harbor area. You can see here the wave is here, and another building I will show you is here, and this part is going to city purposes, and here is still industrial area. And the wave, it was bet out as an icon for, it's around 10, 15 years ago. And this is the prospect from the competition when we sold it, and this is how it's looking today. So it was very near to the same here. Some houses also on the promenade, and this is a new, very special building. It's out in the harbor here, and it's called Fjordenhus. It's a house by the fjord, and it's made by Olafur Eliasson, some you maybe know. He is a Danish Icelandic artist that had made this office for a private company as a domicile. And if you're interested in brick buildings, I think you can see one of the best, maybe in Denmark and maybe in Europe, I don't know, for a new brick building. Very high quality in furniture and everything here. And so it looks like here. It's also something about social houses. We use this architecture policy to make old social housing areas renewed. And when we build new houses, it's a very high quality for the social housing here. And this is, Vejle is an old spinnery city. So we have also to transform some of the old buildings to new functions. It's here from the museum and some private business. It's owned by the municipality. And the same building and other buildings in the same area. And we have a World Heritage Jelling, where the Viking, or Denmark, the birth of Denmark. And there, of course, also we have used very good, famous architects, landscaping architects and artists to make this. It was a wooden wall here once, and now something with concrete. And the citizens, we are doing a lot of working to develop planning with the citizens, and a lot with young people and children, and of course with Lego. We cannot plan without Lego. And we have an exhibition called the City Lab, where you can come and see all the planning that we are doing. It's open also in the weekends, and we have a model here where you can see a flooding. If you have a flood from the fjord, the city will not all disappear, but a big part of it. So we have to do something. And this is a class after a lesson in architecture. They need to rest outside in the terrace. We make walking tours, and people are very interested in this. And then the politicians, we make every year a study tour. We have an election every 4 years, so for the city council. So we have the planning committee, and we have to, in a way, to create good politicians. And I have never met a politician that are not interested in planning and architecture. But of course, you have to teach them how is it important to keep a strategy maybe for 25 years or so, because it's a long perspective that you do not understand if you are just a normal person, as politicians are. But after some study tours, and of course also a lot of discussion when we have the meetings, I will say that in 2 years, you can, some of the most interested politicians, they have got what is a city strategy and can make some very good architectural speeches also. And we have an architecture, day of architecture, some prizes, our mayor and somebody get here, you can see it's still a wave, so it's some years ago, but it was investor of this house. And this is the chairman of the planning committee. When he started, we have a reform where we are 5 municipalities that put together to 1 municipality, to Vejle. And this chairman, he said, I do not know anything about architecture and planning, just a little bit. Would you teach me something? And of course we said, yes, we will help you all what we can here. And this is maybe 2 years after. Now he's showing around, very proud of the city. And I think it's much better that he's doing this job than I go around with some people, because he's really, really to sell the city and to take the right decisions, the best decisions for the next projects. So indeed, this is our task as officers. It's to educate, to teach, and to tell and learn politicians, because they have very big influence in Denmark. The city council is where you have all the political power. And it's going on here, I will say. It's also a question about the culture. As even if I'm not there anymore, there are so many people not only in the technical department, but also in the culture and the people who tell property and of course also the next city architect. It's not that difficult to write architecture policy. The most difficult is to keep it boiling, what you can say, that you are using it all the time and have it in all the time in the back of your head. Else you can put it somewhere where you cannot find it. So it has led to much higher architectural quality in buildings, environment, sustainability, climate changes, much more interesting for people to come and live here. The population is growing up, a much more economy, also for the investors, and the people are much more involved in this, and and also important, it's much more interesting to be a politician. You have to make fun for your politicians and make them give them some engagement and so, because all the maintenance of the streets and it's snowing today, how can we clean the snow? It's no future, because it's also be snowing next year. But the buildings will maybe stand for 100 years, so you have to be on the spot and take the right decision just now. And a little advertisement. I have made an architectural guide for Vejle after I have finished, and it's like an app here. And when you come to Vejle, you can take a guided tour. You can read everything. It is also in English. You just search on your mobile, Architect Tour Guide Vejle, and it's the first one. It's the only one in Denmark, so it come up. It's the best and the first. So in the end, I will say that architecture policy is a little like parkour. It's very, very funny, and it's a little dangerous, and luckily you'll never know where you are landing. So I would say thank you very much.
Very much. So we have seen some very interesting introductions. We're also quite a bit over time already. So I would like to invite the speakers on the stage for just a few questions, maybe first of the audience, and otherwise I can introduce some questions. Very briefly. Kannst du mich warnen, wenn es halb ist? Time, that we're over time is probably mine because I left my mobile phone in the taxi this morning, so I can't see what time it is. But luckily we have Wojciech there. So thank you very much for these very interesting introductions, all of you, on a very different scale, on a European or even global scale, on the scale of a nation and the scale of a city. Before I give the word very quickly to the audience, maybe one question to you, João. On the one hand, there's this overview of all these policies, but could you also imagine, there were two questions. One is, what did you notice that has changed in emphasis over the last decades? And the other thing is, could you imagine also a kind of research project in which the performance of all these different policies is judged? Yeah. That's right. Yes.
Well, is it good? Well, about the transversal theme, or about the different subject that is being changed, one of the topics that I have referred is the expanding of the scope. So architecture with in a wider sense, so has been expanding from the design of individual buildings to the public space into the urban areas. So there's a much more higher concern about the building environment as a whole in a holistic perspective. So there's been, I think, a positive change in terms of involving also other different stakeholders, and not only the architectural side, but also the architectural landscape, the engineers, and also all of the other design professions. And that has seen, I think, has been positive. We have seen that in all policies around Europe, that there's this sense of searching for a higher integration. Of course, it's a complex issue. So, as Baukultur Foundation and Anna was explaining, it is a complex system, or a wicked problem, as we can call it. It's a result of multiple interactions of different actors and stakeholders. But at the end, the state or the public authorities must take a stand and take their proactive role. If they only stay regulating and having this regulatory and passive role, they only will achieve the minimum. So when you feel of the sense that all these standard regulations and all of these rules that are important, they are mandatory and they are there, but they only are assuring that we don't have the worst. But there's no possibility of promoting the best only with that tools. So we need to have a mix of approaches and all of this proactive playground that Henrik was explaining. It's very important to call and to remind and always people that it's important for them to value design quality.
And the other question is, yeah, thank you. Could you also imagine a kind of comparative study in the performance of these different strategies of the different countries or the different cities, if you want?
This current study that we are conducting together with UN Habitat, the idea is trying to, after mapping the different landscape, we need to cross-analysis and to make workshops to try to understand the innovative approaches and try to assess a little bit how does the different actors and stakeholders may achieve on the ground. For example, we have the state architects, we have the city chief architects, but we have also other actors. Civil society has Baukultur Foundation that are brokers and they are enabling. So how are they contributing to the system? So because the urban design governance, as we call it at the project, it's or the governance perspective, it's much more than about the state. It has to do with this interaction of the different actors. So how can we see the performance of these different actors, we need to interview, because you cannot do it only by reading papers. The documents are not themselves enough to demonstrate how does the interactions and the falls or the limitations, because probably I imagine that your foundation has a lot of limitations. You cannot go and say to the promoter, you cannot do that. So you can influence them, you can try to indirect way, so that's a performance of an actor. I don't know if that's you are asking.
Thank you very much. Yes, yes, indeed. Yes, and then to continue on that to the other two speakers here. So on the one hand, Anne, why was Germany so late? And the other question is that I would like to ask both of you: how would you like to be judged with the work of your organization? Let's say, how would you like your performance to be judged?
You mean Germany's late by an architectural policy? Yeah, we still don't have one. So, I mean, in the moment we are working, or the state is working on it, on the Baukulturelle Leitlinien des Bundes. It's a very long story. And it was the Davos paper which pushed it again. So this will come within the next 2 years, I think. So the state of Germany said, we don't concentrate on the policy. First we found a foundation. So this was the first step in Germany. And how we want to be judged, if I understand your question right, I think this whole issue of communication is one of the central issues. I mean, as we heard, we need the playgrounds, we need the politicians to be convinced to really have fun with the theme of Baukultur and really want to communicate it and want it. And we also need a society which is convinced that this is an important issue. And I think that a federal foundation as an independent institution can do a lot of good for it, because it's not the state coming and saying, hey, you have to be interested in Baukultur. We just offer a platform for everybody, for the student until the ministry of something. And we offer content with this Baukulturberichte, which can be, which we send all over Germany and all over Europe. And so we offer ideas, content, best practice, and everybody can use this as a tool for his own work for Baukultur. So I think it's a quite, yeah, I think we do it good. I'm sorry.
No, but I was really expecting an answer like in France, where it starts. You see a kind of law that about architecture, and that seems to be a kind of very centralized approach, a legal approach, and it seems that you're consciously choosing for a different approach, and that is probably maybe also better embedded in the traditions of Germany, not just the identity, but really how the legal traditions also, with the important role of the BDA, and that's
yeah, in an ideal world you need both. I mean, you need the legal approach and you need the soft instrument approach. And in the moment in Germany it's mostly this kind of soft communication instruments, and the legal approach will come now. So as you said, you need a lot of approaches to come together to make it a real vivid one, because pieces of paper, I mean, also this Baukultur report, if nobody reads it, it's for the pubelle. So you really need the communication process to bring those papers into life and to bring them really into the society.
Okay, thank you. Can I ask you the same question, Mr. Sternholm? How would you like to be judged on your work? If you could choose, what would you like to be how would you like to be appreciated from the outside? A lot of Baukultur and policies are, of course, about realizing intentions, but how would you like to be evaluated on that? How would you like to be evaluated? How would you like the quality of your work to be judged?
Yeah, but I think this to have an architecture policy is. I will also say it's much more what you are doing than what you call it. You can also find a city that are doing maybe nearly some of the same things, but they call it an architecture strategy or something else. Maybe not at all something with this architecture, but it's the most important that you are doing something and you put it a little into a system. And so I think here when I see this 22 years behind, I have never imagined how big an influence with so few pages, 16 pages, could create so much in a city. So if somebody has said in that time that in 2020, light would be like this and this, I couldn't imagine this. So my advice is just go ahead and do something.
But your approach is also very much people-based. It's based on leadership, also persons. How important is that? Because you can be lucky with that or unlucky to find such a good team, right?
Yeah, of course it depends of persons, and there I think it's the most difficult thing is to make a culture in a municipality, and I think also a culture in the government, in the state, because it doesn't. For what can you use a national architecture policy if you have some ministers that do absolutely nothing? So you have to be active all the time and understand the value of architecture. That it gives more value to the people, to the countries, tourism, and a lot of things. There are a lot of money in architecture. So it's also, but the problem is to give this understanding to everybody, as an architect, as we are. Yeah.
Other questions from the audience? I can take one or two quick questions, maybe. Yes, please.
Hello. Thank you for the presentation. It's difficult not to feel enthusiastic when you see all these works. But as you deal with local or national politicians almost daily, in your case, or you observe them at least, I'm sure you have suffered also setbacks. Was not a path to success all the time. What would you say was a milestone that you have encountered dealing with politicians? The moment that you said, this was the moment after everything will go a little bit better. So this, I'm curious in the relations dealing with politicians, what was a key moment of a success along the way? Thank you.
Seems to be.
Yeah, I have a key moment in mind, as the Baukultur report is always presented to the Bundestag, and then it's coming into the Commission of Construction, Baukommission. It's about 20 parliamentarians sitting there and thinking about the construction. And the last years we presented the Baukultur report, it was just like they were sitting there and looking on the watch and drinking coffee and were having something else in mind. So for them it was really Baukultur, it's not my issue. So I want to talk about money, about streets, about everything else, which is really valuable. But this time we presented the Baukultur report. They were all sitting there and they had a lot of post-its into the Baukultur report and were really asking, so you write on page 98 that you would suggest, but how can we do it? So it was the first time that we realized this getting the Baukultur report into the Bundestag is not only symbolic, it starts to be content, and it starts to be that they really look for the content, that they read it, and they take it for serious for their everyday work, and they understand that the theme Baukultur is connected to money, streets, and everything. So this was for me one of those little steps where I thought, okay, now it starts to roll.
I think the key moment when we adopted the policy, because we have so many interested politicians at that time, and especially the planning committee, it was just on the top. And we had an election, and in '98 there were 6 new politicians out of 7. There was only one from the good period. So we have to restart again and again. And there I realized, we have a big job to continue this and get this enrolled in the committees. And I think still from that time, of course there have been something that is not really that good, but in generally it's going like this. I think so. Yes.
One other question before we go for a break. not now, during the break, then I suggest that we thank our speakers, thank the audience, and go for a short break. Thank you very much.
Welcome to the second session of our morning. I have to mention one thing which is crucial actually, because I have to say and have to thank the Creative Europe program of the European Union, because it's co-funding this event, and we could actually not make it without the help of the Creative Europe funds. I want to introduce now our moderator of the second session. It's Wojtek Czaja. He is an Austrian author and architectural journalist. He is also member of one advisory boards, about what we have heard already, in Weidhofen an der Ybbs. And I want to mention one of his last works. It's a book. It's called Hectopolis. It's an architecture guide through 100 cities, and it shall be published in English as well soon. So if you remember Hectopolis and see it in the library, then just take it. Please, floor is yours.
Ladies and gentlemen, thanks for this invitation, and thank you and welcome to the second panel. A lot has been said already on Baukultur, on built environment in Europe. Now in this panel, after having gotten an overview on European policies, we will introduce to you some quality guidelines and some tools that we have in Austria and that have been practiced for 10, 20, sometimes even 30 years. And I just give you a very, very short introduction just for you to get an idea what we're talking about in Austria before we come to the first lecture. Austria has a bit more than 2,000 communes and municipalities. Some of them have just a few hundred inhabitants, and some of them, like Innsbruck, the city we're here at the moment, roughly 140,000. So quite big differences. In the bigger cities and municipalities, of course, you have a separate building administration where people have expertise and are familiar with design, with architecture, and with urban planning. In smaller towns and smaller villages, you don't have those people. Very often, it's the mayor who's the highest, who's not only a mayor, but is also the head of building and administration. And as you can imagine, a mayor is a mayor and not an architect, not a designer, not an urban planner, and especially not a regional planner. So there is a huge problem. How can we deal with that problem? A possible solution was found in 1983 when the first Design and Urban Advisory Board, or Advisory Committee, was implemented in the city of Salzburg. Today, there are roughly 200 architects. Georg just mentioned me. I'm also working as a member in an advisory committee. There are roughly 200 architects in Austria that work as an advisor and help, especially in smaller towns and municipalities, the mayor and the building and administration in finding right solutions and giving some overview and in guiding them and helping them in deciding how to deal with architecture and urban development of those towns. In this panel, we will be talking about villages and cities, about urban and rural Baukultur in Austria, and present, as just mentioned, a few tools that we have been practicing here. The first lecture and the first idea will be presenting Josef Mattis. He's the former mayor of Zwischenwasser. Zwischenwasser is a small town in the western province, which is called Vorarlberg. And I met Josef Mattis. We were just talking in the break when you had coffee. I think 8 or 9 or even 10 years ago for the first time. He gave me a tour through his town. He showed me some architecture and urban planning projects that were innovative 10 years ago and are still innovative today. And for me, it was a very special day because it was the first time 10 years ago when I got a tour in an electric vehicle. It was the first electric car I was sitting in. Josef, I'm very happy you're here today. We'll be listening to your lecture. And, of course, I have to mention Elisabeth Leitner, who is head of Landluft Association, was spontaneous enough and happy enough that she was invited yesterday to do the translation and the interpretation between English and German. So whatever you will be doing now in a spontaneous way, enjoy it. The next 15 minutes is yours.
Gottes. Meine Damen und Herren, ich freue mich, dass ich heute mit Ihnen das Thema Baukultur besprechen darf.
Ladies and gentlemen, I'm happy to discuss Baukultur with you today.
Ich berichte aus der Praxis, also ich habe keine wissenschaftliche Abhandlung, sondern möchte Ihnen ein paar praktische Beispiele zeigen, wie Baukultur im ländlichen Raum funktioniert.
I will talk about my personal experience, how Baukultur is working on the countryside in Austria.
Ja, es geht um die Sicherung der Qualität.
Securing of quality.
Zwischenwasser ist eine kleine Gemeinde, die 3 Dörfer hat, 3000 Einwohner. Wir sind kein Tourismusort, eine Wohngemeinde, also die Leute ziehen zu bei uns.
Zwischenwasser exists of 3 villages, has about 3,000 inhabitants, doesn't have any tourism, and there is people moving into the villages.
Ich möchte folgende Themen ansprechen: die Baukultur, Material, die Einbindung der Bürger, der Veränderungsprozess an sich, die Baukultur als soziales Ereignis, die regionale Zusammenarbeit und die Raumplanung.
I'm going to talk about Baukultur, that material is very important, participation of course, changing processes, and that for good Baukultur, social processes are very important, regional cooperations and regional planning.
Ja, was ist Baukultur? Wir haben das heute schon öfter gehört, da müssen wir uns nicht mehr länger aufhalten.
We've heard what Baukultur is, so we're going to skip this one.
Was braucht es für die Baukultur? Also ich behaupte, es ändert sich jeden Tag in jeder Gemeinde etwas Bauliches. Und jede bauliche Veränderung braucht eine Planung.
I am sure that every day in every city there is a change in the built environment, and every little step needs that quality process of Baukultur.
Und Baukultur macht Spaß.
And Baukultur has to be fun.
Hier ist ein kleines Beispiel, eine Platzgestaltung und der Umbau einer Kreuzung, und hier geht es um das Material, nämlich Stampfbeton.
This is an example of public space in our town, and what's important here is the material, it's stamped loam.
Man sieht jetzt nicht gut.
But you
gell?
can't see it.
Ja. Ja, vielleicht hier noch ein bisschen besser. Ja, jedenfalls Material ist sehr wichtig, und bei uns ist es auch so, dass solche technischen Bauwerke auch immer von den Architekten mitgeplant wird.
What's important here is not only that, as you can see, Baukultur is fun, but that every technical infrastructure as well is being guided by architects.
Hier ist ein anderes Materialbeispiel, die Renovierung eines alten Hauses in dieser typischen Holzschindel, die es in Vorarlberg ganz weit verbreitet gibt.
There is another example where you can see that restoration also needs to be done in a very qualitative way, and this is a typical material in the western part of Austria.
Kann man Eiche auch übersetzen?
Oak.
Auch.
It's oak.
Ja, auch ein spezielles Material. Ja, Baukultur macht Freude.
Baukultur is fun, as you can see.
Wenn die Gemeinde ein öffentliches Bauwerk fertigstellt, dann wird es immer zelebriert, also es wird immer ein Fest gefeiert. Das ist dann nach dem Motto, je kleiner das Projekt, desto größer muss das Fest sein.
Every time a public building is being finished, we do celebrate that, and the smaller the project, the bigger the party.
Baukultur bringt Lebensqualität.
Baukultur brings quality of life.
Auch hier der Umbau einer Kreuzung, einer kleinen, die nicht geregelt ist.
This is an intersection with no traffic lights. Yeah, thank you.
Auch die Bürger sind beteiligt gewesen. Diese Bäume, die Sie hier sehen, die wurden von den Bürgern bezahlt und sie dürfen dafür im Herbst die Nüsse auflesen.
The citizens were participating in the design of this intersection. They paid for the trees that you can see, and therefore they are allowed to grab the nuts in autumn.
Also auch hier eine soziale Bindung.
Also there is a social interaction.
Eröffnungsfest.
There is the party again.
Öffentliche Verkehrsmittel, also der Bus steht auf der Fahrspur und nicht in einer Busbucht.
Public transportation, the bus is standing on the street and not in a bus stop, an extra one.
Baukultur schafft regionale Wertschöpfung.
Was heißt Wertschöpfung? Baukultur is
Ja,
important for
Arbeitsplätze.
regional surplus. Thank you.
Das ist ein Kindergartengebäude in Holz natürlich, Holz aus dem eigenen Wald, ein Passivhaus.
Kindergarten in wood out of the village's wood, and it's a passive energy house.
Und das Besondere an diesem Haus ist der Boden, das ist Stampflehm.
Again, here the material on the floor, it's stamped loam. This time it's the loam. Last time it was the concrete. Sorry about that. Is the special thing in this kindergarten.
Und natürlich beste Vorarlberger Holzbauqualität.
And of course, quality wood architecture in Vorarlberg.
Ja, Baukultur schafft auch Werte.
Baukultur brings value.
Bei der Einbringung dieses Stampflehmbodens im Kindergarten haben mitgearbeitet, also wieder Bürgerbeteiligung, die Eltern und auch Flüchtlinge. Also dies ist auch ein Integrationsprogramm sozusagen.
When building the kindergarten, the parents of the kids and refugees were participating in the building process.
Baukultur rechnet sich.
Baukultur pays back.
Dieses Gebäude ist 30 Jahre alt. Es ist eine kleine Schule und die wird mit Solarenergie beheizt.
This is a school, it's 30 years old and it's being heated with solar panels.
Die Errichtungskosten waren damals um 14% mehr als normal.
Back then, the building costs were 14% higher than it was planned.
70% der Wärmeenergie wird direkt aus der Sonne.
70% of heating energy comes from the sun.
Also es rechnet sich jedenfalls, was die Investitionskosten betrifft und auch die Umwelt.
The investment costs have been reaccounted, and also for the environment it was a good project.
In Zwischenwasser gibt es moderne Architektur neben historischer Bausubstanz.
In Zwischenwasser, it's absolutely normal that new architecture exists next to old architecture.
Das ist eine kleine Friedhofskapelle, die Friedhofserweiterung, und das Besondere ist eben hier das Material wieder in Stampflehm.
Again, stamped loam in a cemetery chapel.
Gesprächskultur.
Baukultur is discussion culture.
Zwischenwasser hat 1992 schon den ersten Gestaltungsbeirat eingerichtet. Das ist essentiell wichtig für das, was in der Gemeinde gebaut wird.
We have already started having a design advisory committee in 1992, which was very important for the whole process.
In Vorarlberg gibt es viele Gemeinden auch mit 1000 oder 2000 Einwohnern, die auch einen Gestaltungsbeirat haben. Also das ist bei uns irgendwie Usus.
It's normal in the western part of Austria that even small villages have these design committees.
Ja, die Bürgereinbindung noch, Information geben, einholen, mitarbeiten, festen und wertschätzen.
5 points for citizen participation. Give information, get information, hands-on, so participate in building processes, celebrate and appreciate. Thank you.
Ja, die Veränderung, was braucht es für die Veränderung, die ständig passiert? Eine Gemeinde sollte festlegen, wer sie ist, wohin sie will, die Qualität vor die Quantität stellen. Der Bürgermeister als Ermöglicher, ein ganz wichtiger Punkt. Der Bürgermeister muss nicht alles können, er muss Dinge ermöglichen und letztlich ein guter Ratgeber wäre dann noch Mut statt Angst zu haben.
If you want to start a changing process in your villages, what is important, you have to know who you are, you have to know where you want to go. Quality is much more important than quantity. The mayor has to be a person that enables, and you have to be brave.
Das ist ein Projekt, das auch schon 20 Jahre alt ist und die Umgebung ist sehr ländlich, landwirtschaftlich orientiert. Und damals war dieses Projekt eine richtige politische Diskussion, eben diese neuartige Form.
This building form with low and dense settlement housing was very much discussed 20 years ago. By now it's normal, but back then they decided to go for it, and it also is a successful project.
Die große Frage war, wie kann ein Bürgermeister so etwas bewilligen?
The question Josef had to answer is, how can you want to build a project like this back then?
Das ist ein Bild von einem freiwilligen Tag. In der Gemeinde gibt es jedes Frühjahr einen Tag, bei dem die Leute freiwillig mitarbeiten. Das ist auch wieder die Spange zur sozialen Komponente.
Every spring, the citizens of our town, we have a voluntary day and everybody helps to create and do projects in our village.
Bürger, die bei uns neu zuziehen, werden zweimal im Jahr vom Bürgermeister zu einem Frühstück eingeladen.
Everybody that moves to Zwischenwasser is being invited for breakfast by the mayor.
Und da wird ihnen schon die Baukultur beigebracht.
And he talks about Baukultur even in the morning with breakfast.
Das ist allerdings der Pfarrer, der gerade vor der Kirche redet.
That's the priest, not the mayor.
Das ist ein Projekt eines gemeinnützigen Wohnbauträgers in Vorarlberg. Wohnen 500 heißt das. Eine einfache Bauart, aber gut leistbar. Um 500 € kann man 65 Quadratmeter Wohnung mieten, inklusive Betriebskosten, inklusive Steuern.
This is a non-profit living project, and it costs 500 € for 65 square meters with everything included.
Das ist ein interessantes Projekt, nennt sich Transfer Wohnraum. Eine Privatinitiative, durchgeführt von gemeinnützigen Wohnbauträgern. Der Grund wird nicht gekauft, sondern gepachtet, stammt von den Kirchen und in diesen Häusern wohnt mindestens 1/3 Flüchtlinge.
And that's a project where they didn't buy the slot. It's called Transfer 500, and they have to have 1/3 refugees that live there.
Ja, die Kommunikation ist auch wichtig. Reden übers Bauen haben wir heute schon gehört. Die Gemeinde Zwischenwasser hat eine eigene Auszeichnung für gutes Bauen. Also wenn jemand ein ganz gutes Projekt macht, kriegt er eine Plakette und die kann er dann ans Haus machen. Wettbewerbe, also im öffentlichen Bau wird alles über Architekturwettbewerbe gemacht. Der öffentliche Raum ist ganz etwas Wichtiges und der Gestaltungsbeirat.
Baukultur is communication, as we heard. I'll start from the bottom. We have heard about the advisory board. Transparency when talking about public space is important. Architectural competitions, talking about building, and what I think is new for me as well is that Zwischenwasser has its own award for good architecture within the village that you can put on your house if you build something.
Das ist ein gutes Beispiel einer guten Kosten-Nutzen-Rechnung. Die Plakette kostet 35 € und 400 Leute reden darüber, weil dies wird in einer großen Veranstaltung ausgezeichnet.
It's a way to, with just putting in a little, you can achieve a big thing. The award costs 35 €, but you have more than 400 people talking about good architecture then.
Ja, die Region ist eine wichtige Einrichtung, die man mehr nutzen sollte, also als Planungsraum, als Verwaltungsraum und als sozialen Raum.
Region is very important, more important than the little village itself. You have to think within the region when planning, also with administration and also in terms of social space.
Ja, die Raumordnung ist die Basis für jede bauliche Veränderung.
Regional planning is the basis for every change of your built environment.
Die Raumordnung entscheidet über den Grundverbrauch, Energieverbrauch, Aufenthaltsqualität, Mobilitätsverhalten und Sozialstrukturen.
It's important in terms of usage of space, usage of energy, quality of public space, mobility and social structures.
Ja, die Gemeinwohlorientierung. Schwierigkeit.
I forgot the translation. What is Gemeinwohlorientierung?
Wer hilft uns?
Common sense? Yeah. It's Raumordnung is also important for common sense. Yeah.
Ich habe geglaubt, ich hätte das schrecklichste Bild, aber Frau Schmeding hat noch ein schrecklicheres gehabt.
Josef really did his best in bringing a really, really terrible picture on solar panels, but we have seen a worse one already today.
Hier ist das Dach zu kurz oder das Panel zu lang.
Either the roof is too short or the panels are too long.
Auch das gibt es immer noch.
We all know that landscape is not important anymore. We flatten everything.
Also beide Beispiele sind nicht aus Zwischenwasser.
Both examples are not from my village.
So, und für Bürgermeister, wer seine Gemeinde nicht selbst gestaltet, dem wird sie gestaltet. Beispielsweise die Fertighausfirmen oder andere.
For all the mayors here, whoever doesn't want to create and design his own village, it will be done for you, so you better get started.
Ja, und wenn Sie etwas von dem Gesagten mitnehmen können, ist es auch recht. Dann habe ich hier noch Tools and Systems, also neue Raumplanung. Das ist notwendig, speziell in Österreich, das muss man dazu sagen. Es gibt viel bessere Beispiele in Deutschland zum Beispiel. Man muss einen Willen zur Gestaltung haben und das Bauen, das ist meine Behauptung, sollte Chefsache sein in kleinen Gemeinden und eben einen Gestaltungsbeirat sollte man zwingend haben.
Again, recommendations, you need to have an advisory board. Building has to be the topic of the mayor still. You do have to want to create something in your city, and in Austria we need a new spatial planning.
So, ich wünsche Ihnen frohes Werken. Ich habe nur 1 Minute überzogen. Ja?
Enjoy the process.
Ja, noch eine kleine Ergänzung. Wir beide sind vom Verein Landluft. Sie ist die Chefin, ich bin der Diener. Und es gibt hier noch eine extra Ausgabe von der 20-jährigen Jubiläumsfeier.
Yeah. We're both from the association Landluft, it's landluft.at, and we've celebrated our 20th anniversary, and this newspaper was being published. We brought a few. You can grab them later on.
Josef Mattis and Elisabeth Leitner, thank you very much for this introduction. We'll come to the next speech now. Ernst Beneda, he's an architect based in Vienna. He comes from the town where I'm also working as an advisory board. And he's not only an architect, he's not only been teaching at several universities in Austria, France, and Chile, but for me, he's maybe the one person who's most and best familiar with but with many, many cities and towns and municipalities in Austria. He's been head and also member in many advisory boards. And he told me just a few days ago when we met that in his career so far, he surveyed more than 1,200 projects and municipalities. I don't know how you did this, but congratulations to this huge number. And I'd be very interested in getting a short overview of your work, and also especially how you communicate with mayors and how you communicate with city administration, so whatever you do also gets into reality. I'm looking forward. Thank you.
Does it work?
Okay. So I'm glad to be here and just to ask your question, how to communicate by talking. Talking and opening the eyes, probably. Since it's now my challenge to entertain you in the lunch break, I'll give you the conclusion first. And then I show you the material, how to come to the conclusion. And one of the conclusions is, when we judge the projects and when we convince and when we talk and when we go into the dialogue, get rid of the images. Don't talk about how it looks like. If it is aesthetic, if it fits into the context by image, because the image is a kind of a standstill. The city is something moving. It is actually not the picture of the city, not the city image, it is a city movie. And we are playing main roles in this kind of performance, and we have to use the stage. The spaces in the cities, they are a stage for surprising living. Our life is full of surprises and of relations, of happenings, and that the stage is empty, that the space is empty. It needs a shape, and it is a kind of an underlying diagram that we understand as a community, and that holds us together as a society, and this I will show you very quickly. It is this urban dimension that is more and more the main issue in the Gestaltungsbeiräte. This is Innsbruck, and the advisory council, the advisory board in Innsbruck was founded about now 6 years ago, so rather late. Salzburg has it now for 35 years. And so we could start right from the beginning, and you see there are all the heads of the departments. There's the green space and the traffic and business and the city planning, and there are the young ones as well. As you have noticed, Innsbruck is very dense by topography. The mountains in the west is the airport, and we started to look at 2, 3, 4 projects in our first meeting, but our time was very preciously taken, like a kind of seminar in the urban history in getting to know the topography, and by every meeting, the density of projects looked at after a year, after 2 years, and finally after 5 years. After 5 years, something like 7 or 8 meetings a year, every time 10 projects, so that means more or less 500 projects in Innsbruck, and since I'm in Graz and Salzburg as well, I'm coming up to 1,200 or something like this. And the big circles you can see here, this is the interesting thing that the community or the city planning asked to look at complete quarters in an overall view on the broader context. And the range actually goes from very scurril and absurd things like how to deal with a farmhouse underneath the highway, and how can you reject the farmer's wife, her desire for at least a bit of Tyrol underneath the highway bridge, or on the other side, in the suburb, a project that follows the regulations, and in Tyrol, since mountains would not bother, and Tyroleans are used to mountains, so the slope would cover the ground floor, and it's not relevant for density. So you can do, I did a drawing again, something like this, and you have this 3-story building, but this kind of bullshit, you come into the house and you have the 20, 30 meter corridor in darkness because it's covered by the earth, and then you come to the apartment with one window just on the opposite. So what did the advisory council do? Asked for a small competition, quickly prepared, quickly done, and with a fantastic result. Not spectacular, not writing history of architecture, but something that fits in the context. The contrary, the big investor comes and wants a villa in the style of the American South, like 1848, with all these kind of images. What can you do? Yeah, you can go for a walk on the plot and more or less reduce and do the landscaping so that at least finally the scaleness would fit. Overdoing settlements of the 1920s and 1940s and 50s, increasing the density within the city and permanently evaluating what's going on. Does it work, and what is the next step in competition? Or taking the chance of overdoing, redoing the shopping centers around the railway station. These are chances when you get the real volumes, 20,000 square meter, you can correct what is missing. Now this very monofunctional, and what it would be in the future, hopefully, is a kind of hybrid building. So it comes quite harmlessly. It's a new facade and a new restaurant and something like this, and we say in the board, no, it's not enough. Go on, take the chance, take that very precious site to give something back to the city. Or the House of Music, we have probably seen, which just finished. How is it integrated in the surrounding? And we sent always a member of the advisory board in the architectural competition, an international competition with 126 entries. I will be back to this project again. A hybrid building appreciated, a shopping center and a school on top of it. And the density needed in the city of Innsbruck by its topography leads to so far unasked questions and to so far unexpected solutions. To put a school, a college on top of a big shopping center is a hybrid situation as you find in other dense cities like, say, Tokyo or well-done architecture by Horst Parson. It should be added with 1 or 2 stories, and it's again, if you look at this site where both examples have been, this is coming up, and half a year later, this is coming up, so the city changes, and it seems it is like clandestine, because if you ask the people, they say, we want to keep our city as a constant. The public regards or considers the city as a kind of constant, permanently existing being, but actually look at the city 50 years ago, half of it, 100 years ago, quarter of it, and so it goes on. Here in the Armory, we can see a housing competition, another one, and all this will change, and suddenly the promenade is the most important thing nobody has asked for. It is not a project that was a submission to the advisory board, but the advisory board says, look, if all this changes, this promenade will be the most important thing, the public space that gives identity to the complete thing. And it goes on like this. You can find this example, and passing by, we discover details, and we just mention it. Care for it, look for it. Look what you have here from the 1950s in the car maker or these plasters. And you can see here a high-rise next to the station. What is the most important? Once again, the connection. If you do something like this, and it will come the next years at the station, you will have 4 of these columns around the stations. Crossing the station will be, that has to be cared for. And talking of railway, since there is now the big construction of the tunnel, Germany, Austria, Italy, underneath the Brenner Pass, the railway line to the will get 4 tracks, and there will be an underpass. Then, when this trading area will be transformed into a housing area, maybe in about 20 or 30 years. But now we can influence that the underpass gets a shift, a friendly shift towards the city. Or in a bigger context, the landscaping around the tunnel portal for the Brenner basic tunnel. And the landscaping includes hiking path, rescue bridge, rescue tunnel, and there are synergies. The rescue bridge and tunnel can be used for the hiking path, for the access to this famous sites, and it will be a kind of green park, and a kind of a chemical industry will be removed, and the river will be more or less redone. And it was a special workshop initiated by the advisory board only for this project. 2, 3, 4 sessions where all the planners from Italy, from Germany were coming and okay, like playing with the toy train. Also the ropeways on the famous Pachakofel mountain, where the Olympic downhill has taken place. So the ropeway was redone 2 years ago. This is the old one, and there are the new stations. So our contribution was that the competition was done at all. First, it was only, this is the tradition in Innsbruck with the ropeways, so the landscaping is very important. First, it was intended that there would be only a competition among the ropeway makers, but so it was architectural competition and looking at the whole. Like here in Ambras Castle, where the investor wants a 30-40 housing next to the historical castle. So the scale of intervention is actually the complete valley. Now, another quarter, it's the big circle, is here considered as one. That was not mine. And if you could go back to my presentation, I would show you some illustrations to the conclusion. That was the part of introducing Innsbruck. But what I wanted to say is, with this density of red points we have seen on the map, it's actually the issue, what we care for, we look, is the in-between the projects. And the in-between the projects is something that gives us that stage I was talking about at the beginning. And now I would like to have the diagram. Okay, I go quickly forward. Tell again that the same procedure as in Innsbruck, you just give me again 5 more minutes. It's like in Salzburg, if you have a student house in this area, consider that all the other areas, they would develop something like 500 houses. And like Salzburg station, the city changes as well with all these points, with the housing competition, but the real thing to look at is the space, that yellow. And suddenly, if you develop a project like that, which was suggested by the investor with this, after the competition, after intervention of the board, comes out like that. So that in between the red points is like the Nolli plan, the famous we have from the 18th century in Rome. And this actually is not so far from the hybrid structures we find in cities like Tokyo, and like Google Maps shows us, the city within the city within the city within a kind of hybrid building that is Tokyo Station. And so in a workshop with Japanese students 2 years ago, I did a Nolly plan of Tokyo and exploring in the stations the in-between. And on the left side, we see the main railroad, the Shinkansen, and actually right side, there is the most important public space underneath the railway bridge. And suddenly, the platforms actually, where we take our way from A to B, it's not the museum, it's not the office, it's not the church, it's not the city, the town hall, but the place of identification with the city are the ways in between the transit actually, and this is what we have to care for. It's exciting like Piranesi's carcery, and the scale actually, you can be human in that hybrid cities, in that scaleness, in Osaka Station. You can find these structures, these underlying diagrams with a radius of activity where you find space like the reciproc of what we see. Above, the red is the body, the shape actually of the space in between what is built. And like here, just on one example, Steyr, the 40,000 people are looking into the place that gives finally the image in sense of picture, depiction, the historical with the images with churches and towers and squares, but don't live in. And therefore they talk of image and picture and what they want to keep. Well, the objects itself, you can take out the context and they will still speak about. They speak, there was once a context, like if we do an architectural model on our working table, the context is cancelled out. And suddenly, they get a kind of gestalt, a being and an autonomous thing. Places of fortification, suddenly places of culture, of industry that give signs, like a piece of art as Duchamp did with this. You can play Mozart on that revolving platform on a Tokyo department store. You can find your place in the train looking out to the snow. You can cover an umbrella and you can create your world on the sidewalk. Well, it is the space, it is the stage, beyond the scale, and it's the in-between we have to care for in these advisory boards. Thank you.
Ernst Beneda, thanks a lot. Next time I'll be riding on a high-speed train. I'm afraid it won't be the Shinkansen in Japan, but maybe an ICE in Germany. I'll be looking out of the train window and thinking about regional planning and advisory boards. Next speech, you have to do with important gentlemen and ladies here today. Another one is Gerhard Fritz. He's a founding member of the Austrian Green Party many, many years ago. He has been a member of the Innsbruck Municipal Council since 1989, a member of the City Senate from 1990 and to 2000, and then again from 2012. And today he's a member and chairman of the executive board of the Austrian Association of Cities since 2014. He will be presenting to us what the city of Innsbruck is doing in order to achieve and support a certain quality of architecture and urban planning.
Thank you. 2 apologies. First, no pictures. Since you're in my town, you can walk around, you can see for yourself. Second, I have to introduce you to or torture you with some legal technicalities, but you see, that is what city politics is about. You have high aspirations of Baukultur, and you have to try to bring them down to earth in a given legal framework. And you have to do it, may I say, in a sort of creative way to adapt the legal framework to the real needs of the citizens of your city. Well, our city is one of the fastest growing cities in Austria. We have now 150,000 inhabitants. Within 10 years, we will be 165,000, which means approximately 6,000 new households. We have to have space. We have to create living space for them. We have to build social housing for the new citizens. And we do that in a very narrow context, you know, not only mountains everywhere and airports. What's so special about Innsbruck is that it is a very dense and compact city according to the traditional model of a European city, set against the background of a fantastic, dramatic mountain scenery, and set into a natural and cultural landscape that the citizens need for agriculture, for forestry, for sports, for recreation. And our goal is to keep that nature around the city intact. Let's not have the city growing like cancer into this landscape, but keep it a compact and dense city. Even if we are growing in numbers. So the keyword of urban planning in Innsbruck is densification. Our strategic plan says that 75% of all the new housing should be created within the limits of what is now the built area, and only up to a maximum of 25% we use up new spaces that so far, according to the land use plans, are free areas where you cannot build. In this context of densification of the city, quality plays a most important, I'd say vital and crucial role, since architectural quality is what makes density livable. And if I'm talking about quality, I very much agree with what the draft conference statement of ACE is saying. We are not talking primarily or predominantly about aesthetics. We are talking about usability, livability, affordability, sustainability. We are talking about public space, about the in-between between the single buildings. We are talking about the social context. We are talking about how architecture shapes the social structure of a city. All these aspects taken together form what I would call architectural and urban planning quality, or in a simple word, Baukultur. Baukultur has been very important for our city for the last 30, 35 years. Very resilient, with changing political majorities, with changing party affiliation of mayors. For all of us, always Baukultur was important because we live in a city that is rapidly growing but does not have space. So responsible action to keep the city dense, to keep it from growing out into the natural landscape, and keep it sustainable and livable is just a simple necessity. And we believe, and it's been our experience, that architectural design competitions are one of the best tools of producing architectural quality. Here among architects probably, or certainly I don't have to explain why we feel that architectural design competitions are one of the best tools for creating quality. Now, the question that probably interests you might be another one. And that is, in the last 25 years, we had way over 200, nearly 250 architectural competitions, and 99% successful in the sense that the winning project had been built as a result of the competition. And we had competitions not only for big public works like the House of Culture or other very renowned buildings, but also for small municipal infrastructure projects, for bridges, of course for social housing. All the big social housing projects in the last 2 decades are results of architectural competitions, but also lots of private projects. Now, how do we manage that? And I can simply tell you, it's a deal. But really, frankly, it's a deal. We have to offer the private investor something, and he gets something in return for holding a competition. And it's as simple as that. The existing building regulations voted by the City Council in the framework of the Tyrolean law on regional planning are more or less freezing the existing volumes and allowing only for small additions and changes. That's the building regulations in force. Now the investor comes and says, are you crazy? You can't be serious. That's contradicting your goal of densification of the city. And we said, yes, we always knew that. We want you to come up with a denser project with more volume in high quality. So what we are telling you is you make a competition and you get new building regulations for fitting for the winner of the competition. And why can we say that? Again, it's rather simple. The provincial law in force says that the City Council may change building regulations. It doesn't say that an investor has a right to get new building regulations. No, we, the City Council, we may change the regulations, provided it is in line with general criteria established by the regional law on regional planning, and as long as it is in the public interest. And we say, well, dear investor, as long as you don't make sure with the competition that the new building will have high quality, we can't see any public interest in you doing that. What happens is, after some talks between the investor who wants to build and the city planning department and the City Council's Commission on Urban Planning, the Commission on Urban Planning votes on 2 things at the same time. Number 1, framework conditions for the competition. We vote on a framework that establishes, well, maybe, as often as not, a ceiling for a maximum volume or maximum height. More than half of the competitions also state the planning department feels that a height of that much meters and a volume of that much cubic meters is in any case justifiable for the specific location, but the competition can and shall demonstrate that maybe more is possible and still architecturally satisfying. In some cases, we know our friends in the investors field, some of them are really greedy. We have to put in a limit and say, well, that's the maximum. Also, other conditions like energy efficiency, use of renewable energy, landscaping between the buildings, all that forms part of the architectural, of the framework for the competition that we vote on. And at the same time, we vote on the commitment, yes, for the winning project, you will get new building regulations without any political discussion. Meaning, the political discussion is at the beginning of the process. And then the process is in the hands of the jury of the competition. The City Council has had his say beforehand by setting a framework of conditions. Afterwards, we vote for the new building regulation, and that's it. Plus, one more thing, it's called the the project guarantee agreement. It's an agreement signed by the investor that forces him to build the winning project and nothing else. Legally speaking, it's a servitude, like the right of way. He signs that he is giving the public, as represented by the city, the right that this special building lot will not be built upon except for the project that wins the competition. And by this we make sure, we had some experience in the past, they make a competition, they get that much volume, they get building regulations for that volume, and then the project is watered down quality-wise. They have the volume, but the special qualitative features that made the project acceptable have gone for economic reasons. So now they sign an agreement, yes, the plans as we had them at the end of the competition, that's the project we are going to build, that and no other project. And with those two instruments, forcing them to a competition on the one hand, and having them sign the project guarantee agreement before the final vote in City Council on the new building regulations, with those two tools, we managed to create very, very high architectural and urban planning quality in our town, and we are very proud of. Plus, in the last six years, we also had the Gestaltungsbeirat, the Design Experts Advisory Board. You heard a lot from Mr. Pineda. Just one more aspect I can contribute to the issue of Gestaltungsbeirat. The most important result of the Gestaltungsbeirat is what you do not see. A number of really lousy projects that have been proposed, rejected by the advisory board, and hence also rejected by the city administration or the city council, since the Gestaltungsbeirat has no legal basis whatsoever. It's not legally binding. Its advice is not legally binding the city council or the administration. But we have voted on a commitment on the side of the city. We, as a rule, stick to the advice given by the advisory board. And that's why when the board says that project is bullshit, as Mr. Pineda rightly said, we feel it is, and we are not allowing it. Thank you.
Can you hear me? Yes. Gerhard Fritz, thanks a lot. May I also ask Josef Mattis and Ernst Pineda to join us here on the stage. Ladies and gentlemen, as you know, lunch break started 3 minutes ago. We started a little bit late with the conference, so is there anybody who will be starving in the next 15 minutes? If so, please tell us, then we'll change plans. Otherwise, I would like to stay here with the discussion for 15 more minutes and go to lunch break at 1:20. Is that okay for everybody without starving? That's good. I'm happy to hear that. I would like to start with you with one question. In the first panel, we saw a few best practice examples, like from Scotland, from Flanders, from Denmark, where there is a state or governmental architect, so it is one person. Now we heard several examples of advisory boards, of advisory committees, where there are more independent persons working on a decision. What is the advantage and what is the disadvantage of one person and of a group of persons. Who would like to start? Because Josef Mattis, you also mentioned that it still has to be the mayor who's the one to decide. It still is the human being who's taking care of architecture and building quality. So what is the difference? What is the advantage and disadvantage of one person and of a group? Everybody's got a microphone.
Okay, I will try. First, the group, I think that's obvious, gives a kind of objectivity by the, it's a kind of a collective, collegial organ to make up the mind, and it's at the minimum a compromise, and in the best case just an agreement. I think if it's the question with the one person, this is very delicate. And what we learned in comparing cities is that one person, for example, could find his or her role in asking the right questions and in inviting the right people to bring in the expertise and not to do everything. Just as Mayor Mattis said, that the mayor is somebody who makes things possible, is a kind of an inviter. And this can be a very powerful position, actually, to use this position as the inviter, the one who makes it possible. And I think in Innsbruck it is so successful, actually, as the level of town planning asks questions. In other cities I experienced, they give answers, and we in the board try to correct the answers. But the questions even more, sometimes the questions are the thing to be found, actually, because there is something in the air and you have hardly words for it, and then the goal or the target is, what is it about and how can we call it by name and how can we communicate it? And that's the dimension where even one person can contribute very intensively.
Thank you. Gerd, for just a second, because I would also like to include Josef Mattis to this. So if I understood it correctly, if you have one person, that's the correct person to ask the questions, and the committee or the board is the group to give you the answers. Wie funktioniert das in Zwischenwasser? Sie haben mir gesagt, es soll Chefsache bleiben. Das heißt, ist der Bürgermeister derjenige, der die Fragen stellt? Ist der Gestaltungsbeirat derjenige, der die Antworten gibt? Deutsch, Englisch, ich übersetze.
Ja, der Bürgermeister stellt die Fragen, aber bevor der Bürgermeister die Fragen stellt, muss er sich auch thematisch mit den Dingen befassen. Sonst macht das keinen Sinn. Und ich meinte vorher mit der Bürgermeister ist Ermöglicher. Also er muss die Dinge ermöglichen, er muss nicht alles selber tun. Und im Laufe der Zeit kriegt man dann als Bürgermeister, auch wenn man keine Ausbildung in Architektur oder Gestaltung hat, ein gewisses Gefühl. Also es sagt einem schon, ja, das könnte in die richtige Richtung gehen. Und dann ist die Fragestellung natürlich an der Tagesordnung, ja.
So even though the mayor is not the architect, the mayor is not a regional planner, it is a person who has to have a certain interest, and it is a person who has to have a certain feeling for the material. So the mayor has to be the person who wants to do this and who wants to get into contact and communication with the advisory board. Gerhard Fritz.
I couldn't judge if a one-person system or an advisory board system is better, since I only know the board system. For me, what is important is the commitment on the part of the political side that we have certain ideas what quality consists of, that we need experts' advice to arrive at quality, that we are willing to listen to the experts, and to create a free space for discussion among the experts before we decide. It's this commitment that's important, and not the system if it's a board of 4 people or 6 people or just one regional Baumeister like the one from Flammen that I heard at the Turn On festival in Vienna.
The Flemish Baumeister. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, what questions do you have to the panel? So, a few. I would suggest we'll collect 2-3 questions. I'll take notes, and then we'll put all of the questions to the panel. Georg.
I don't have a question. I want just to say something. You had the question, the moderator Wojtek had the question about the comparison of the one man or the committee, and I think I must say I took a photo of one of the slides of Mr. Sternholm, and this was his playground, and there are words like workshop, dialogue, information, citizen, press, artist, guided tours. It seems, and I find this a wonderful idea, that this is a very proactive position, and it has a lot to do with communication, with the people, with the citizens, and perhaps I assume also with the architect. It has less to do with assessing the quality of projects in a way. Whereas this concept is purely, and he's very proactive, obviously his role, whereas our system is rather reactive. And of course this is now a bit internal. Innsbruck lacks enormously information transparency. It's a bit a closed gate around the experts, and this is not in the case, of course, for Mr. Matti. He, in my view, has rather the role of the communicator as well. So it's always, of course, these things are very different, but I think this is a very major difference between the committee structure, which is a very internal expert thing, and the proactive individual city architect. Thank you.
So it's proactivity, it's guided tours, it's app. Again, we're talking about communication, which seems to be a very important issue. Second question.
I want to come back to the image of Ernst Baneder saying that planning our towns are like movies. Our towns are like movies, but all legal frames are written down and they are fixed in images. And we see a lot of lawyers waiting to find some lacks in all our written documents. And I would like to see how you can manage with the Beirat to give some instruments and some indications to overpass those regulations that are fixed, and to give the mayor the possibility to make a project with qualities that overpasses the regulations, and not to be exposed directly to lawyers saying my building could be built in the framework. More and more we see that our general plans are fixed, and you with the Beirat are playing on another playground as a movie, as you said just before.
How would you, may I ask you, how would you ask your question in just a very short sentence? Please help us.
The playground between fixed legal framework with the Beirat.
Thank you. So let's come back to the questions, and I'll be coming back to you in a minute. We have a question in the first row. We even have 2 questions.
I think it goes a little bit in the same direction, because you were talking, Ernst Baneder, about the urban scale, about the space in between, and in Germany we are discussing a lot about the Gestaltungsbeiräte, design advisory boards, if there is any possibility to get them earlier into the process, that they don't only judge about single projects, but they also advise in the scale of urban planning, because very often in the scale of urban planning, there's already starting the problem, and then you try to fix a single project, but I mean, it's more on the urban scale where the problem is lying. So what are your experience about that? Is there any possibility to get the design advisory board earlier into the process?
Thank you. But then we have another question. Don't be afraid, I'm taking notes. Everything is fine, I'll repeat it.
My question will go to a completely different direction from what has been talked. At one point, Mr. Fritz has mentioned it's very important that the built environment, the quality is dependent on the sustainability, usability, functionality of the social space, social dimensions, and not about the beauty or the aesthetics. But the Baukunst and the building activity can never be taught without the dimensions of aesthetics and ethics. Now, without reducing aesthetics to a question or discussion of taste, I would be very much interested to hear from the Fachexpert and also from the politician how to deal with these two dimensions which are not in the mode anymore. We don't discuss about these things, but we are human beings, social beings, who also have values and aesthetical and ethical function of building. How does that come together?
Thank you. So we have a good program to work on. The first question, let's fix on that. How can this playground, how can this play between a fixed legal framework and an advisory board or advisory committee work? Wie kann die Zusammenarbeit ausschauen zwischen einem Gesetz, zwischen einer ganz klaren Sache und einer dynamischen Zusammenarbeit eines Beirats? Who would like to start?
Okay, I'll make it short. So if the regulation allows itself to change the regulation, then it's up to the user to take advantage of that fact. And the Councillor Fritz has explained it. In Innsbruck, there's this pressure for densification, and you give the chance to the investor, you can do something, and you get better regulations, and you try to find, together with the competition, with the board, to find the best solution for the site, and then you adjust the regulations. In other cities, only to compare, I'm also in the city of Graz. In Graz, the administration would do the regulation, then comes the investor, the project, and the board suffers that there would so much potential in the site, in the project, and it's not allowed anymore because the regulation says here is stop and here's the line and don't go beyond. And that's the courage they have here in Innsbruck, which is so striking, stunning, and so motivating. And the word was used today. That was the fun and the pleasure and the excitement to work here in Innsbruck. And this is a chance once more on a panel to thank those who made it possible.
I have the watches line here. We still have just a few minutes. May I also include Josef Mattis and Gerhard Fritz to this question? How can you design this playground between legal framework and advisory board? Josef.
Ja, das kommt auch darauf an, welche Regeln und Vorschriften es gibt. In Vorarlberg beispielsweise ist das Baugesetz relativ liberal gehalten, aber was die Ortsgestaltung betrifft, gibt es einen klar definierten Absatz. Da heißt es, dass das Bauvorhaben hinsichtlich gestalterischer Qualität, Ortseinbindung und so weiter zu prüfen ist. Das ist eine gute Vorgabe. Die Interpretation ist natürlich etwas anderes und da kommt der Gestaltungsbeirat ins Spiel und wir haben bei uns Kriterien, etwa 7 oder 8 Kriterien, nach welchen die Bewertung erfolgt, festgeschrieben. Das kriegt der Bauwerber vorher und dann weiß er auch, nach was beurteilt wird. Und wie gesagt, die Interpretation ist eine Sache des Gestaltungsbeirates. Aber grundsätzlich glaube ich, weniger Vorschriften ist besser, dann ist die Gestaltungsmöglichkeit größer. Aber man braucht dazu ein Gespräch auf Augenhöhe zwischen Investor, Bauherr und Architekten des Gestaltungsbeirates. Das ist auch manchmal schwierig, aber es hat sich viel. Ja.
So it's an issue between the building law, which, at least it's this way in Austria, is very different in every province. In the case of the province of Vorarlberg, you have a rather liberal architecture law and a rather strict regional planning law, but still, at the end of the day, it's about communication, and also it's about interpretation of the advisory committee, how to interpret special legal issues. Important to be able to do that is to fix criteria and to work with those criteria. Gerhard Fritz?
Well,
we're still
if you don't,
short answer on the playground.
If you don't quote me on that, we all know that investors have good lawyers, and they're finding all the loopholes in the existing regulations. So why shouldn't a city administration also try to find the loopholes when it comes to upholding the public interest and quality? And what we say is, dying of fear means you are dead anyway.
Thank you. Lucky you that today I'm a chairman here and a facilitator and not a journalist, so I'm not going to quote you. Second question. Ernst Beneda, that was, I think, a question to you. How can an advisory board get earlier into a process, so not only talk about yes, good design, or no, not such a good design?
Well, it's the atmosphere in the particular city. Like here in Innsbruck, we have recognized there is the need of this discussion, like that suburb of Wilton. There was no particular project, but there were 2 or 3 workshops for a day or 2 just to discuss the development of the complete quarter, and then we are prepared and ready for the particular project that is coming. So if there would be only the singular project, you would say, okay, within these single-family houses, stay in scale. But now we know in the next 20 or 30 years there will be an urban development.
Thank you. And the last question I would like Gerhard Fritz and Josef Mattis to answer. Thank you for this aesthetics and an ethic question. So we're not only talking about regional planning, we're not only talking about criteria, but still at the end of the day, when we talk about architecture and quality in urban spaces, we talk about beauty, about aesthetics, and about ethics. Where exactly do you find space for that? Wo in all dieser Diskussion über Raumplanung, über Gesetze, über Qualität ist am Ende noch Platz für Ästhetik und für Ethik? Gerhard Fritz, would you like to start?
Well, I think beauty is not the same as being pleasant. With some education, you can recognize beauty or aesthetic quality, even if you personally find it unpleasant. Like, for me, I can recognize good Baroque architecture even if I detest Baroque. That's sort of, you need a certain level of education to be able to do that. And the most important thing is you are never alone, not even as a politician. The process is what's important. And I've experienced in many juries and in sessions with the Gestaltungsbeirat, the discussion comes to some kind of conclusion that has some kind of objectivity, even if it's still the sum of subjective positions of the single members. But on the whole, as a collective, you arrive at conclusions that usually sort of stand up to reality.
Thank you. I think you will have to meet each other in lunch break and talk about Baroque and about process quality. Josef Mattis, wie kann man auch für Ästhetik und für ethische Qualität sorgen?
Ja, indem man weniger Regeln hat und mehr Platz für Ästhetik. Und grundsätzlich denke ich, das Thema Bauen, Baukultur ist ein Diskussionsprozess, der über viele Jahre braucht, um erfolgreich zu sein. Also das ist etwas, das kann man nicht so mit Schalter umlegen, sondern das ist ein Prozess, den man kontinuierlich bearbeiten muss und dann ist er auch erfolgreich.
Dankeschön. So, less law, if I may put it into a nutshell, and more communication and more freedom for interpretation. Coming to the lunch break, I will ask you for one final answer. And I would like to give us one sentence each. Gerhard Fritz, I will start with you and we'll go to this round. We're talking about legal issues today. We're talking about how to bring architecture quality into also into a lex, into a legal framework. My question to you is, if it was up to you, if you had to choose, what would be the first and most important sentence in this preamble or in this architecture and regional planning law? Was wäre, wenn es Ihre Entscheidung wäre, eine Präambel zu schreiben oder ein Gesetz zu schreiben, der erste und der wichtigste Satz in dieser Präambel? So, one sentence.
Since you are going to change the built environment, do the best you can and make the world a little bit better.
Thank you. Ernst Beneder.
Make a diagram of the problem and it will be the solution.
Thank you. Josef Mattis.
Baukultur machen Menschen wie du und ich.
Built environment Baukultur is done by people like you and me. Thank you very much. 3 different people, 3 different approaches.
Okay. We continue with a only half-hour delay after the lunch break with the 3 final guests and presentations. We quit our Western Austrian region and go a bit across Europe from Romania to Switzerland. And we start with Stefan Balici, if I hope I pronounce it right, who is the director of the Romanian National Institute of Heritage. Please, the floor is yours.
Thank you. Okay. Okay, thank you very much for inviting me and giving me the possibility to talk about quality from a more, let's say, narrow perspective, that one of cultural heritage. Why do we care so much about the issue of Baukultur in the cultural heritage field is obvious. I don't have to go through this. It has been discussed already. But aside from the general reasons that make cultural heritage an important topic of the discussion on Baukultur, I think it's good to see also local and regional issues and perspectives that will give us a broader understanding of what we need to do in order to further the discussion on quality and on Baukultur. So from our perspective in Romania, and I think even broadly in Eastern Europe, there are several considerations to make that affect not just our cultural heritage, but entirely our built environment. And I just put here a few of them, the extensive demolitions that happened in our cities and to a certain degree in the countryside as well. In the last part of the communist regime, probably Romania is a special case in this respect. And this phenomenon of transformation of the built environment in order to transform a society has reached a very high degree in the 1980s. Then we have inappropriate modern interventions in historic contexts after the change of regime. And we can think of all sorts of examples, like, for instance, introducing high-rise buildings in low-scale historic environments with all the changes that this brings. In use, in perception, and in scale. We also have cases of destructive interventions on historic buildings due to all sorts of reasons. I will discuss a few. And last, something which is quite worrying, destructive conservation interventions. So conservation interventions that go terribly wrong. And unfortunately, these happen, and it is something that has been noted in the entire region of Eastern Europe recently, out of various reasons. So just briefly, a few illustrations of what I said, what dramatically changed our built environment in the 1980s once the communist regime decided to remove entire historic quarters and demolish historic buildings, or sometimes just move them out of sight to make room for new developments that were to change the entire society. This was something that has very long-term implications, and it's one of the problems that we have to deal with even now. And as I said, it didn't happen only in the large cities, but it had started to happen in the countryside as well, with the notorious by now program of systematization of villages that Ceausescu launched in the late 80s, which was supposed to remove about 600 to 800 villages and replace them with urbanized centers. And this it's an interesting case also of European solidarity and cooperation that was born out of this crazy project with the Opération Village Roumain, the movement that was initiated in Belgium and then extended in much of Western Europe, that is still active today as a network of cooperation between local communities. This phenomenon of raising the past and recreating a new built framework for a new society was happening, as I said, in many urban centers across Romania, but obviously in Bucharest it was the most large-scale and dramatic. About a fifth of historic Bucharest has been demolished, and you see a picture here with the transition process. What you see in the lower part of this large picture doesn't exist anymore. It's exactly in those years, 1984, 1986, when the historic center was being demolished to make room for this People's Palace and the entire new political and administrative center of the country. So we cannot deny this. And as I said, it has implications down to this day, very serious ones, and it has also echoes, because the large church that you see is being constructed now as we speak. People's Palace, Ceausescu's palace, is dwarfed by the new huge building. Fortunately, it's in one of the empty spaces left by the demolition, so it didn't produce any more trauma to the historic fabric. What's interesting in this picture, you see the transition from the domestic scale of the historic city that existed and up to these immeasurate projects. Other things happen inside the historic fabric, as everywhere else. It's not Romania the only case. I've just read this morning about a complaint in London about Richard Rogers' partnership building that is supposed to stand on top of a historic building like that. But what is worrying, of course, is the transformation that the historic fabric, with all its qualities in terms of habitability, in terms of social network and relationships, and in terms, of course, of character, is suffering because of these transformations. And as I said, there are also these odd cases of destructive conservation works that transform very significant and full of character historic monuments into scale models of imagined historic architecture with no authenticity any longer and with no cultural value, moving rather towards the entertainment area than to the cultural area. And as I said, this is also a phenomenon that is happening quite alarmingly, and it has been facilitated, so to say, by the availability of European funding. Why? Because we are in an area where the public system for the protection of cultural heritage has been chronically underfunded. And all of a sudden, significant funding became available. And that backfired in many ways. And that's why I'm saying it's rather a regional issue, and it has to do with quality and the mechanisms that make quality possible or not possible. Now, coming to the issue of how do we deal with this, with our problems in Romania, what do we try to do in order to fight all these problems? First, just a brief characterization. It's an undersized public system, understaffed, underfunded. That is general. It's also marked by the impossibility to ensure appropriate response to the needs of the society in terms of the protection of cultural heritage because of the above reasons, and also the impossibility to involve the public out of the same reasons, the lack of capacity to build a relationship and start working together with the public. And what do we do? Well, we have in Romania, we have started, let's say, a rather ambitious program of transformation of the entire system of protection of cultural heritage, starting with the redefinition of the principles on which we lay our actions, and with the attempt to integrate the new concepts and frameworks, like, for instance, the concept of heritage community that is introduced by the Faro Convention of the Council of Europe, and that is operationalized by the Strategy 21 and other tools. And then we have started to design a new legal framework, a heritage code that will bring together all the laws in the field that now are developed over time in various moments under various political contexts and with different approaches. Now they are going to be integrated into one heritage code. And at the same time, there's another urban planning code that is being developed, and the two should be really integrated. So we are seeking to achieve a transversal approach and move out of the closed circle of cultural heritage professionals. And we are also creating new instruments, because it's very little likely that the lack of staff that we are suffering of will improve. It's a general trend everywhere to decrease the public system, so we are not expecting miracles in this respect. So we want to create new tools, and we have started to design a new online platform that will serve as a basic tool in terms of ensuring the inventory of cultural heritage, the official inventory, but will also perform the function of communication with the people that are interested in cultural heritage. And we are embedding into this platform the possibility for each person or group to create their own inventory for their own purposes. For instance, associations that deal with historic houses or those deal with religious heritage, they will have the possibility to create their inventories based on the tool that we provide. And thus, we will benefit from the information and also from communication and, in the end, cooperation with these groups of society that are involved with cultural heritage. So we are trying to make use of what modern IT and C technology can bring. And last but not least, also procedures and concrete actions. Of course, we are, and when we speak of procedures, we have launched the preparatory phases for the first architecture competitions that will happen within the public system for the protection of cultural heritage. So we are preparing an architecture competition for the medieval city walls of Sighișoara, one of our World Heritage sites. And this is going to be launched at the end of this year. And in the meantime, we are doing the preparations. Looking for quality also with the tools of architecture competitions there where we can, because sometimes conservation is to a very high extent a technical, highly technical endeavor. And then other concrete actions like pilot projects, for instance, in another World Heritage site, Sarmizegetuza Regia, the capital of the ancient Dacian kingdom. There we created an international scientific committee for the project of the restoration of the site. And the project is done by our institute, so we are trying to solve the problem of highly specialized capacities by means of also using these scientific committees. And practically what we've done in the past 2 years, we have our institute, the National Institute of Heritage, we have launched this theme of quality in the public space, taking advantage of two situations, so to call them, two potentially very, very helpful situations, like the European Year of Cultural Heritage in 2018 and the Romanian presidency of the Council of the European Union now in the first 6 months of 2019. And within the framework of these two programs, we have organized two conferences, both of them dedicated to cultural heritage. And last year, within the forum and the preparatory debates, we have introduced the theme of quality in conservation in the public debate. And as a result, we have drawn, let's say, a list of the process of conservation of cultural heritage within the public system. How does the whole process go, and where are the problems, and how can we deal with these problems? I didn't translate the last column, which is with solutions. Those are purely local and not necessarily so interesting, but the other two are. So starting with preparation, where you establish the necessity for a project, there we find the first problems because we lack strategic planning and programming so that we can integrate each project into a broader vision. So that's the first point where we already encounter a problem, and that also has to do with the lack of professional staff in the public administration where these kind of strategic planning should happen. And then I will just go briefly, I will point to some of the issues. In the design process, where you select a planner, and then you have to apply the public procurement procedures. And this is already a problem because generally public procurement is used in the simplest way in order to put the lowest burden on the authority, contracting authority. And that means that very often the lowest price is applied as a procedure for procurement, so no quality at all, just price. Very often as well, the time frame for the development of the procedures, not the procedures, but the services, the planning services, the design is too short, is extremely short sometimes, and that already creates a problem from the very beginning of the project. And then also it's the permitting and approval phase that is really very, very difficult because of over-bureaucratization of the system. It has become very bureaucratic and very little connected to the reality on the ground. And then, of course, when we talk of funding, now I'm especially speaking of European funding, and here it's important how you design the funding programs, how each country designs their programs. And in our case, the criteria used and the objectives for the programs were mistaken from the beginning. For instance, in the previous programming period, one of the objectives, the targets of the funding was number of tourists. So where's the quality? If you just aim for increasing the number of tourists. And now it has changed, but this is something that influences a lot the quality. And then in the implementation phase, there's again the procurement, because you need to hire a contractor. And if when we speak of planning, at least the law allows the quality criterion to be used in procurement, when we speak of construction, it doesn't. In Romania, the transposition of the European Directive on Procurement was done in such a way that it excludes quality criteria when we speak of construction. They consider that planning ensures, the design ensures, guarantees the quality, which is obviously totally wrong. But again, it comes from a system that is purely bureaucratic, and it doesn't really respond to the realities. And then in post-implementation, especially I will just refer to maintenance and repair, they just don't exist in our legal framework. So it's impossible to maintain a quality built environment without these basic measures of maintenance and repair. And about the factors that lead to these problems, well, I just put up a list of a few of them, 8. So it's legal, normative, administrative, professional, financial, ethical, and political. And all of them need to be addressed in order to improve the situation. And I'm not going to dwell on everything that's there, but just for instance, when we talk of normative, I will say that in the structural planning for the conservation of historic architecture, nowadays we apply the norms for new buildings. So this is already a huge problem. We don't have specific norms that deal with cultural heritage, with built heritage, and the application of norms designed for new building is impossible. And I will just stop briefly at the financial one again and say that we also lack fiscal incentives. There is an obvious imbalance between the rights and responsibilities of owners of built heritage. They are bearers of duties, of responsibilities, but they don't have too many rights and neither incentives from the state. We do have a national funding program for the conservation of cultural heritage, but that excludes private owners. So it only applies to state property. And that is a huge imbalance, and we are working to fix it. And then under ethical, where of course there's space for much more, I just pointed the excessive interventions that are possible due to large amounts of money under European funds. Normally, within the program that we fund, the National Conservation Program with state funding, a conservation work might be, let's say, less than €1 million. That's the rule, the average funding that we offer. Whilst in European funding, you all of a sudden get access to 5, or if it's a UNESCO site, then €10 million for one project. And that led to all sorts of unnecessary additions to the built environment. And political, there's a lot to say there. I just put one very inoffensive thing, which is common probably in many places. Lack of political will to address the problem, really, and work on it. And during the conference that we organized just 1 month ago in Sighișoara, we addressed the issue of quality in a different way, looking at regional specificity. So we try to get to the point where we make the distinction between what is valuable in local and regional specificity and needs to be preserved, and what is wrong practice and needs to be solved. And we worked on the so-called drivers of quality in heritage practices that were, I just jumped over this, that were developed during the European Year of Cultural Heritage by ICOMOS and the European Commission, who organized the working group on quality. And they have produced a document that is due to appear this month. And they dwelt on these drivers of quality. But what we did was to address the drivers from this regional perspective and see what's there that is different in the east and west, in the south and north. And there's a lot to say, of course, but I will just try to be very brief and say that the conclusions were that we need to do more comparative analysis to understand better what's the specificity, what's good in it and what's bad. And this was a general conclusion. And then another one was the need to extend cooperation on various levels, because for now, of course, we do cooperate in the European Union on projects mostly, but we concluded that it's important to have structural cooperation between institutions, similar institutions, state institutions dealing with cultural heritage from one country and another, to embark on joint projects so that we can activate peer learning. And that was one of the, I think, most important conclusions. Then the application of legal and normative instruments. Because over the last years, especially since 2014, the European Parliament and the European Commission have produced a large number of very important documents dealing with cultural heritage. Council conclusions, resolutions of the Parliament, declarations like the Davos. And then they need to be implemented, of course. We have already a large body of normative work that we need to apply. And then to integrate into the national legislation, then to further engage the world of business in everything that relates to cultural heritage, because we tend to talk among ourselves, professionals, and business is very rarely integrated into our projects. And then the issue of inclusion and accessibility, of course, for whom we are doing all this. It's easy to say society, community, but really we need to address better the issues of accessibility. And then to improve and refine the financial instruments that we have. We are now in the process of creation of the next European multi-annual financial framework. So this is a moment when we need to integrate all these desires and requirements for quality Baukultur into the next financial framework. And to increase capacities in education and training, because the lack of professional staff, it's not just in Romania, it's everywhere, but of course in different proportions. So this is an issue that is of utmost importance. And last one, to engage the civil society, because it's very often for the public sector, it's the most valuable partner that we neglect. And we need to further engage the civil society. And just to put it in a few words, we concluded that we need more institutions, more NGOs, more dialogue and more cooperation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think very interesting insight from other geographical part of Europe, and we are all Europe. And I have noted, you don't need to go to the very back because you have to come back at the front again later. Our second speaker is Joël Beaugrasset de France, le président de la Fédération nationale des conseils d'architecture, d'urbanisme et de l'environnement. Il n'est pas architecte, il est agriculteur. Ça c'est très bien parce que c'est formidable si nous n'avons pas seulement des architectes entre nous, et surtout pour entendre les voix des autres. S'il vous plaît.
Merci. Bonjour à toutes et à tous. Je tiens à remercier Georges Pendel de nous avoir accueillis et je vais pouvoir donc vous présenter la Fédération nationale des CAUE, les conseils d'architecture, d'urbanisme et de l'environnement que je préside depuis 4 ans déjà. Et puisque vous avez présenté tout d'abord ma profession, je me suis intéressé à l'agriculture parce que, homme des champs que je suis, quand je vois arriver des bâtiments qui imperméabilisent les territoires, j'ai envie aussi d'apporter ma pierre à l'édifice et faire en sorte que l'on puisse travailler ensemble sur l'aménagement du territoire d'un point de vue global. So I won't speak in English. If you need something to translate, you can take. Okay. Donc, tout d'abord, et comme ça a été très bien présenté dans un premier temps par le premier orateur, c'est-à-dire de la première table ronde, João Ferreira Bento, qui a reparlé de la France qui s'était dotée d'une loi en 1977. J'appuie ici, non hop. C'est où? Hop, voilà. Donc la loi de 1977 a institué les CAUE. Et pour vous faciliter la compréhension, je vais vous proposer dans un premier temps de regarder un court film que l'on a dernièrement constitué pour expliquer les missions des CAUE. On en a 4 différents, mais celui-ci va vous donner une idée comment on accompagne les élus sur la sensibilisation à l'architecture.
Vous êtes élu ou agent d'une DDT, UDAP, DREAL, DRAC, vous jonglez avec les sigles SRCE, PLU, PLUI, Stradet, TVB, SCOT. Je suis la petite voix des conseils d'architecture, d'urbanisme et de l'environnement, les CAUE. Présents dans 93 départements, nous intervenons partout, aussi bien dans les petites communes que dans les grandes agglomérations.
Je m'appelle Loïc Trideau, je suis maire de cette commune depuis maintenant 10 ans. On était en mal concernant la mairie, concernant les logements locatifs. On avait très peu de logements locatifs sur la commune. On n'avait pas de restaurant scolaire. On avait des choses qui étaient absolument non satisfaisantes.
Urbanisation, rénovation, équipement, nouvel espace public, quelle que soit votre idée, contactez-nous avant de vous lancer.
On ne se lance pas comme ça tête baissée. On n'avait pas trop l'argent, donc on avait besoin aussi de prendre le temps, la réflexion. Et à chaque fois, effectivement, on a fait des études exploratoires qu'on a confiées au CAUE et on en est très satisfait.
Le CAUE, c'est avant tout un organisme de conseil qui est là pour aider à la prise de décision. Et encore une fois, c'est en Seine-Maritime quelque chose qui marche très très bien depuis 40 ans.
Véritable service public de l'architecture, de l'urbanisme et de l'environnement, nous vous accompagnons pour bien préparer vos projets et réfléchir à vos politiques publiques.
On n'est pas maître d'œuvre, on n'a pas d'intérêt sur des projets, c'est-à-dire on n'a pas des honoraires qui vont être liés à la réalisation de telle ou telle opération. Et au contraire, c'est l'intérêt public qui prime dans notre conseil.
Quand on sait que le département est la collectivité des solidarités territoriales, donc celle qui vient appuyer les dossiers des communes, on a besoin d'un organisme comme le CAUE pour accompagner les prises de décision.
Conseiller, former et sensibiliser, c'est la taxe sur les autorisations d'urbanisme qui finance le CAUE de votre département.
Mieux on prépare un projet en amont, mieux on peut le réussir et plus vite on peut le réussir après. Le fait que la collectivité réussisse, elle réussit pour les personnes qui y vivent, pour les habitantes, les habitants, et ce sont leurs lieux de vie, ce sont leur village, leur ville, leur bourg.
Nos actions donnent goût à l'architecture et aident chacun à devenir responsable de son cadre de vie.
L'important, c'est de pouvoir établir la confiance, l'important, c'est de pouvoir donner des conseils en toute objectivité, de donner la réalité des choses pour qu'ensuite, les élus prennent leurs décisions, fassent leurs choix.
On a des conseils extérieurs, un regard différent, un regard qui n'est pas lié par des contingences financières et autres, et moi je trouve ça très intéressant.
Chaque année, 10 000 communes, interco et départements font appel à leur CAUE. Et vous ?
Mais les CAUE que je représente ne sont pas que cela. Alors, je ferai une petite parenthèse sympathique parce que dans les orateurs de ce matin, j'ai eu la chance de rencontrer Joseph Matisse il y a déjà 12 ans, puisque je suis administrateur au CAUE depuis 2001. Et ma première immersion dans l'architecture a été de me déplacer. Donc quand on a parlé ce matin et ce début d'après-midi de la sensibilisation des élus, les CAUE sensibilisent les élus pour les emmener sur des territoires. Et donc nous sommes partis dans le Vorarlberg pour visiter de l'architecture. Et j'avais été à l'époque marqué par le message de M. Matisse. Et donc je suis vraiment content de voir tout le travail qu'il a fait, le travail intellectuel qu'il a fait sur moi, pour qu'aujourd'hui je sois président de la Fédération nationale des CAUE. Alors, cet objectif est donc d'assurer et d'adapter à son temps un service gratuit, je le dis bien, un service gratuit de l'architecture, si je veux revenir en arrière, un service gratuit de l'architecture, de l'urbanisme et de l'environnement, accessible à tous, quelle que soit sa condition et qu'il soit sur le territoire français. C'est le défi que relèvent depuis plus de 40 ans les CAUE. C'est la loi sur l'architecture de 1977 qui a d'une part structuré, renforcé la profession d'architecte et d'autre part créé les CAUE, les conseils d'architecture, d'urbanisme et de l'environnement. La loi s'ouvre avec ces mots puissants, au point qu'ils demeurent inchangés aujourd'hui. L'architecture est une expression de la culture, la création architecturale, la qualité des constructions, leur insertion harmonieuse dans le milieu environnant, le respect des paysages naturels ou urbains, ainsi que du patrimoine, sont d'intérêt public. En conséquence, des conseils d'architecture, d'urbanisme et de l'environnement sont institués. De cette conscience politique forte de la valeur du cadre de vie naissent donc les CAUE qui maillent aujourd'hui la quasi-totalité du territoire français. Le CAUE promeut la qualité de l'architecture, de l'urbanisme et de l'environnement dans son territoire départemental. Il est créé à l'initiative des responsables locaux et il est présidé par un élu local, comme je suis. Il sensibilise, conseille, forme une grande diversité de publics. Les particuliers et le grand public, les élus et les agents des collectivités locales, les services de l'État, les professionnels privés de la construction et de l'aménagement, et les milieux de l'enseignement. Le CAUE est interdit de maîtrise d'œuvre. Il aide à la définition des projets, il donne goût aux questions ayant trait au cadre de vie, il alerte sur des enjeux locaux, il accompagne la montée en compétence des maîtres d'ouvrage, il aide à passer commande à un professionnel privé, sans jamais se départir d'une approche culturelle et pédagogique. Précurseur de la décentralisation en 1982, il doit à la fois écouter le terrain, ses besoins et relayer des politiques publiques nationales. Le CAUE est un bien commun d'un territoire. Du fait de leur mode de gouvernance et de leur financement, ils font cela. Comme ils sont aussi neutres, objectifs, sans intérêt dans la maîtrise d'œuvre. Les CAUE fonctionnent selon les mêmes statuts-types depuis le décret de 1978, sous un mode associatif. Tous les acteurs du cadre de vie y sont représentés. L'État, les collectivités locales, les professionnels représentés par les architectes, les urbanistes, les paysagistes, et également la société civile. Ils forment, à 23, son conseil d'administration, le lieu de décision des orientations stratégiques du CAUE. C'est aussi un lieu d'échange, de débat, autour d'un territoire départemental que ces acteurs ont en partage. Comment est financé le CAUE ? À mission d'intérêt public correspond un financement assis sur une taxe. Et puis, l'acte qui modifie le plus notre cadre de vie est l'acte de construire. Cette taxe est assise depuis le début, même si elle a pris des modalités différentes, sur la fiscalité liée au permis de construire et d'aménager. Ces 4 lettres CAUE en chiffres, chaque année, les CAUE reçoivent environ 65 000 particuliers désireux de construire ou de rénover un bien. Ils conseillent 7 000 collectivités locales, communes ou groupements de communes. Ils sensibilisent plus de 50 000 élèves de la maternelle au lycée, à l'architecture, à l'urbanisme et à l'environnement. 9 000 stagiaires professionnels, élus et agents sont formés par eux sur les mêmes sujets. Et les CAUE, ce sont aussi des rendez-vous culturels, des visites de sites, des participations à des émissions de radio locales, des concours d'idées, des publications. Maintenant, en qualité de CAUE, comment je réponds à la définition de la qualité architecturale? Eh bien, tout d'abord, en vous présentant, et pour pouvoir apporter notre contribution à la demande sur la qualité architecturale, donc la qualité architecturale relève autant de valeurs intemporelles que d'une capacité à percevoir le monde contemporain et à l'exprimer dans le projet. Elle est l'expression d'un programme qui n'abandonne rien de critères qui font de l'architecture un art du quotidien depuis des millénaires. Ce qui me permettra de reprendre la citation de Vitruve, qui était un architecte romain, qui a vécu au 1er siècle avant Jésus-Christ et qui a été l'auteur du traité, et qui redit la qualité architecturale s'appuie sur 3 premiers critères incontournables qui persistent dans le temps. La solidité, c'est le choix correct du système constructif et la qualité de mise en œuvre de la construction. L'habitabilité, c'est la recherche dans le projet du plus grand confort par rapport à l'usage du bâtiment, le fonctionnement, l'orientation, la distribution des espaces, les volumes, surtout les vides, les pleins, la lumière, l'acoustique, l'ergonomie, la thermique. La beauté, c'est l'harmonie dans les proportions, les matières, dans la relation du bâtiment à son environnement. C'est la part qui se partage avec les autres mêmes s'ils n'ont pas d'usage du bâtiment. C'est donc une valeur très symbolique, autant pour l'usager que pour la collectivité. La qualité architecturale, au-delà d'une réponse technique, est aussi identifiée par ses enjeux, l'opportunité, la localité, la spécificité et la frugalité. La qualité architecturale n'est donc pas si subjective. Si une banalisation de l'architecture se fait parfois jour, c'est souvent parce qu'elle est pensée partiellement, d'un point de vue seulement technique ou économique ou d'usage. Afin de soutenir une architecture de qualité, chaque acteur doit avoir en conscience que son projet est le résultat d'une articulation de facteurs qu'il investit pour donner du sens à l'action d'habiter ou d'occuper et au partage qu'il en fait avec la collectivité. Par ces images, on peut aussi essayer d'exprimer et se dire de bons architectes aujourd'hui, cela veut dire aussi des architectes formés au développement durable, à l'interdisciplinarité et à l'écoute et à la participation citoyenne. Donc le projet de droite, ici je le connais très bien puisque c'est un projet qui a vu le jour dans mon territoire et le maire de la commune touristique avait déjà une patinoire et puis avait décidé de la déplacer et d'en construire une nouvelle. Donc nous l'avons accompagné pour construire le projet jusqu'au jury de concours. Et donc nous avons donné les clés à l'architecte pour démarrer son projet. Il y a vraiment en France un intérêt des architectes sur le fait que les CAUE préparent la commande publique. On pourrait se dire que le fait que les CAUE prennent le travail aux architectes, mais là ce n'est pas le cas, c'est parce qu'on prépare bien la commande, qu'il y a un respect entre les architectes, les maîtres d'œuvre et les CAUE. Et dans ce cas précis, quand tout à l'heure on parlait du temps de l'élu, qui dans certains pays comme au Danemark c'est 4 ans, chez nous en France c'est 6 ans le mandat d'un élu local, le temps de l'élu est souvent plus court que le temps du projet. Et surtout quand les CAUE sont en amont d'un projet, eh bien je peux vous dire que le jour de l'inauguration, le maire avait oublié de nous inviter parce que en fait, le moment où on a travaillé le projet et le moment où il a été réalisé, il y a eu un temps tellement long que nous sommes passés à l'oubli. Bon, il m'a renvoyé une boîte de chocolat en s'excusant. Sur le principe, l'important c'est qu'il ait gagné un prix national avec sa réalisation et du coup l'architecte est fier de sa réalisation. Donc ça met en valeur la valeur touristique et ça crée une valeur ajoutée pour le territoire. La qualité de la construction n'est rien non plus sans les professionnels autour du maître d'œuvre qui participent à la conception sans le savoir-faire de ceux qui ensuite font sortir le projet de terre. Aujourd'hui, la qualité finale est aussi menacée parce qu'il y a une surproduction de normes et de lois qui perd la maîtrise d'œuvre. Une difficulté à penser en amont, économie d'un projet, en incluant son coût d'usage, une revalorisation des métiers manuels et la construction qui peine à se faire. Et à l'origine de tout projet, il y a une commande et un maître d'ouvrage. Alors je me permettrai quand même de donner une citation dernièrement suite à l'incendie de Notre-Dame. Beaucoup d'architectes sont intervenus sur les sujets de la construction et de l'acte de construire. Au moins, ça a permis aux architectes de s'exprimer sur les grandes ondes. Et Rudy Ricciotti disait l'architecte, c'est un peu comme un accordéoniste. C'est-à-dire que dans chaque pli de son accordéon, il y a un souffle. Et dans chaque souffle, il y a un métier. Et la responsabilité de l'architecte est de faire en sorte qu'il y ait l'énergie partagée avec tous les savoir-faire et tous les métiers. Les bâtiments ont un récit constructif, mais il est important de partager la compréhension et le développement du projet. De bons maîtres d'ouvrage également, c'est important. Par le premier film qu'on vous a montré, on met l'accent aussi sur l'idée d'accompagner les élus. Et véritablement, je trouve que le moment de l'élection est un moment jouissif pour l'élu, puisqu'à partir du moment où, à la suite de son élection, enfin je peux vous en parler, puisque je le connais, j'ai eu plusieurs fois à passer devant les urnes, et quand même le soir de l'élection et quand le verdict est donné, on fait... Et en même temps, on a un projet, on a une ambition, et j'aime à me rappeler ce que certains élus me disaient toujours, le pouvoir, c'est la possibilité de faire et non l'opportunité d'être. Et si on veut vraiment faire, l'important c'est de s'entourer de gens compétents qui peuvent nous guider, et notamment sur les questions d'architecture. Vous imaginez, quand moi, agriculteur, je me retrouve dans une collectivité locale, l'important c'est que je puisse m'entourer de personnes qui peuvent me conseiller, me faire voir des choses, pour qu'ensuite je puisse écrire l'histoire du territoire et continuer l'histoire du territoire en tant que décideur. Et véritablement, là, l'objectif est de faire en sorte que l'on puisse avoir des élus formés à exercer leurs responsabilités et accompagner, un accès à la commande privée également qui soit démocratisé, et puis penser à long terme, envisager aussi l'éphémère, comme je le disais tout à l'heure, le temps de l'élu n'est pas le temps du projet. Mais pour chaque projet de qualité, derrière chaque maître d'ouvrage, chaque maître d'œuvre, derrière chaque ingénieur, chaque artisan de talent, il y a un individu avec son histoire, sa culture, ses désirs. Nul ne peut accomplir avec soin sa mission s'il n'est pas sensible à l'architecture. Voir de l'architecture, comprendre l'architecture et aimer l'architecture. Derrière chaque habitant, chaque visiteur d'un lieu, il y a un citoyen, acteur de son cadre de vie, du cadre de vie de tous. L'éveiller à la culture architecturale fait naître une nouvelle relation à son environnement, le rend responsable et rend plus intense son plaisir d'habiter. Sensibiliser le grand public par tous les moyens, c'est ce que nous faisons dans les CAUE depuis plus de 40 ans. Et vous donnant des exemples ici, donner goût à l'architecture aux citoyens en créant des cafés de l'archi ou bien des parcours en ville. Et puis également de faire comprendre par des expositions ou en organisant des battles d'architecture avec des professionnels et des habitants. Également montrer, expliquer, raconter la construction et l'architecture par tous les moyens possibles, à la fois par des réflexions innovantes sur des territoires ou également de faire la promotion de l'architecture en montagne dans des cadres touristiques très élaborés. Et puis, sensibiliser aussi les citoyens de demain. Nous faisons un travail important auprès des scolaires. Et depuis l'année dernière, nous avons mis en place une action qui avait été déjà testée par des CAUE de la périphérie de Paris. Nous avons mis en place les Enfants du patrimoine, qui est une action nationale le jour avant les Journées européennes du patrimoine, c'est-à-dire le vendredi, pendant les journées de classe, où nous invitons les professionnels des écoles à emmener des enfants dans des lieux patrimoniaux pour les sensibiliser à l'architecture et au patrimoine. L'année dernière, nous avons sensibilisé plus de 25 000 élèves sur 800 classes, puisqu'une trentaine de CAUE ont emboîté le pas dans cette action nationale. Cette année, nous avons trouvé un parrain pour notre édition 2019 qui s'appelle Stéphane Bern, pour ceux qui le connaissent très bien, qui est très dévoué sur le patrimoine et l'histoire de nos territoires. Et donc, nous espérons passer les 50 000 enfants sensibilisés pendant ces journées. Et puis, ainsi, on passe autour des questions, pas uniquement d'architecture, mais également autour de l'espace, et puis aussi comment on fabrique une ville, et on les aide aussi à fabriquer la ville, par des outils pédagogiques développés en relation avec le ministère de l'Éducation nationale et également avec la Fédération nationale des CAUE. Pour rappel simplement, c'est que dans le cadre de la loi de 1977, nous avions autour de nous 4 ministères qui étaient là pour donner naissance au CAUE. Donc nous avons aujourd'hui des relations avec le ministère de l'Environnement et du Développement durable. Nous avons des relations avec le ministère de la Culture, bien sûr, qui est notre ministère de tutelle. Et puis nous avons des relations avec le ministère de l'Éducation nationale pour la sensibilisation et la pédagogie. Et puis pour terminer, eh bien, je vous laisse aller sur ce belvédère et puis en mettant peut-être aussi un pas dans le vide avec la jeunesse qu'on aura sensibilisée pour leur donner rendez-vous le 4 mai 2040 et contempler le monde tel qu'ils l'auront bâti. Je vous remercie.
Merci beaucoup. Thank you very much. Next speaker is Beat Eberhardt. He's the head of the Architecture and Planning Department of the city of Basel. The floor is yours, please.
Well, thank you for the invitation. Ladies and gentlemen, I would like to talk to you about our city, about our processes. And let me start with this slide. The question is, how do we achieve high quality of architecture? This is our field of investigation. It's the city of Basel. Basel is a city-state. It's a rather small city. It has around 200,000 inhabitants and about the same number of employees, but at the same time, it's the center of an agglomeration of around 840,000 inhabitants in 3 nations. So we're right at the border of France and Germany. So within this trinational city, what we experience is a high dynamic. We've heard this morning already. There's a strong densification going on, which it's not like in Innsbruck where you have the mountains that are delimiting the space. In Basel, it's the borders. Basel has a long tradition of being a city of culture, and by culture, it's also a city of architecture. I would like to talk or divide my presentation into 2 main topics. We have the formal instruments or our formal tools that we are dealing with that are like our guidelines in our everyday work. And then in the second part, I would talk about like the more the informal way of how we are doing things, more like the practice. So if we're talking about the building and planning regulations, of course, we have a formal building and construction law that we have to observe. We have an advisory board or Stadtbildkommission, a committee that's being appointed by the state government. Then we have quite strong restrictions when it comes to historic preservation. And we have a particularity, which is the Mehrwertabgabe. It's a law to compensate added property value due to rezoning. That has something to do with this densification, but it has also something to do with public spaces, as I will show you. And in the end, of course, participation, as we've heard today, is, of course, a big issue. So what's probably important to understand is when we talk about building and planning laws or the regulations, is that in Switzerland, every country, every state, or even every city can pass their own laws. So every community, every municipality has their own laws because it's a decentralized public administration. The self-government is very important, and also to say there are, of course, strong property rights. So one of the tools that are important in this context is, of course, for instance, the Richtplan. That's like a general spatial plan approved by the state. It's the guidelines for the urban development. It's quite broad. Its aim is to guide the urban development, obviously, social, economic, infrastructural, environmental efforts, how to make an urban area a better place, healthier place, or a juster place to live. It's not about architecture. Then the second one is the Zonenplan, zoning laws. You all are familiar with that. It's a special law passed by the state legislature, by the parliament, and approved by the people. The third one is quite important for us because it's a Bebauungsplan. That's like the city has the right to change the zoning laws or the building planning law by adopting its own laws for a certain or a specific place within the city. It's something that former City Council of Innsbruck, Mr. Fritz, already talked about. This is quite important for us because it's like a sort of a local master plan which is a fundamental instrument for the area management or for the urban development, for the city planning. it requires a cooperative planning process. So we're like in a direct dialogue with the investors that want to build or create something. It's important to also involve the people in this decision making, because at the end it has to be passed by the parliament, or in the end maybe even by the people. So this is very important. We also have quite a lot of freedom within this framework that we are establishing. We can write things in there, for instance, concerning public housing, next to normal things like volumes or how much usage you can have there. Which leads me to a very important paragraph in our planning code, which is the paragraph 58. It's about the aesthetics. It's what we call the aesthetics paragraph. If I try to translate this, it says something like, buildings, facilities, advertisements, labels, and coloring need to be designed in order to achieve a good outcome. So now what's a good outcome? If you would translate that to the Swiss school system, then you would have to achieve a mark of 5, 6 being the highest and 1 being the lowest. So you are required as an investor to achieve a mark of high in order to get a building permit. And who is in charge of taking care of this? Who is in charge of approving this? It's the Stadtbildkommission, or the advisory committee, which, of course, as we've heard today many times already, administers the quality in the built environment. It does examine all the architectural and urban projects regarding their aesthetics. Nevertheless, to speak, it's of great importance for us. It's a body of different members being appointed by the government. There are all external professional architects, landscape architects, economists, so it's really a broad body that advises us on these important matters. And also, most of the work is also, we've heard it today already, is to prevent the worst. So, the Stadtbildkommission, what is a very important particularity of the Stadtbildkommission in Basel is, maybe in comparing to the cases we've heard today, their decisions that they take are binding, legally binding. So if they say this project is not good enough, it doesn't achieve the mark of 5, it can't be built, it can't get building permission, even if the government would like to have it realized. Here you see the Stadtbildkommission at their work. Now we get to a next point, which is the Denkmalschutz, the Cultural Heritage Preservation Authority. Basel is a city with a large or important historic building part. Its medieval core is extensive, and obviously most of it is completely protected, but we also have important structures from the time of the last fin du siècle, turning century. The Denkmalschutzgesetz also shows that the decisions taken by the Cultural Heritage Preservation Authority are also binding in certain areas of town. So when you're looking at the zoning plan, and there are certain zones within the city that are protected, and they're actually quite big, quite large, then the buildings per se are protected, and whatever kind of change that you want to make to your house, you have to talk to the Cultural Heritage Preservation Authority, and they will tell you if it's going to work or not. Now, as I said, we're in a city, in an environment that is rapidly changing. Already in 1977, the state adopted a law to compensate added property value due to rezoning. So let me explain this quite quickly. If you have like a zone today which allows you to build a 3-story high building, and it's being rezoned in order to allow buildings for 6 stories, then at the point when you achieve the building permit, 50% of the added value of your property is being taxed. And 50% of this tax money is going into a fund, and this fund is only going to be used for upgrading or creating new public or green spaces. This means that the in-between or the public spaces are of big importance, and it's also a side effect, an interesting side effect is that it's being acknowledged both by the investors and both by the public, because the investors, they give the money into that fund, but they see that something interesting is being created because the public spaces, green spaces, are being either created or upgraded. So this also helps them in their economic thinking when it comes to their property value. And on the other side, of course, it's very much accepted by the public because the public can create very directly from this, which I think interesting law. Participation obviously is also very important, and participation is also regulated. It's in the constitution of the state. Paragraph 53 says that we have to consultate the people when it comes to big things, like, for instance, an adaptation of the general spatial plan. So that's a formalized process where consultation takes place. But what's more important for us is paragraph 55. It concerns the neighborhoods, and it requires that the city-state of Basel includes its inhabitants into the forming of opinion and decision-making process. So that opens a wide field of participation, and it's quite important for us, especially since the population in Basel is politically very active, and the forming of the political will is very important because in the end, usually we have to pass referendums or certain votes. You see here what can participation mean, that there's a wide range. For instance, that we invite people for workshops when it comes to new large areas that are being transformed, former industrial sites, for instance, that you see here on the right side, the former industrial site that is being reused with new housing, also public housing, a new school squares, but also an area for new businesses. So people are being invited and they collaborate, but it's also guided tours. For instance, we've seen that before in many presentations. Here's an example from the European Day of Historic Preservation. Every year, that's a big festivity which attracts more than 3,500 people normally. Or to the far left, that's actually our biggest transformation site at the moment, Klebeck plus the former industrial site. Now I'm getting to the soft laws, let's say. So next to our formal tools, we apply certain processes in order to achieve quality, of course, in the built environment. What are they? I would like to talk about cooperation, moderating, curating. Then I would also like to talk about defining guardrails, like Leitbilder in German. Then, of course, the whole field of architectural design competition, which is a very important part for us. And the last will be the role model, us, how are we being perceived by the public? How are we being perceived by the professionals also? So we've heard already a lot about this field today, but I think what's very important here is to be proactive. In our position, we can't wait for investors to come up to us and say, hey, I have this problem, or I want to do this, or wait till in a neighborhood people are going onto the street. I think it's more and more important that we realize that we cannot just send out decrees. Our goal must be
more like the role of a moderator, of curating things, of having the different approaches of the different interests of people or investors, bringing them together and forming something new, persuading, having a discursive policy making in the end, so that we understand or that we can achieve a mutual understanding. And I think it is really crucial that we are proactive. And it also applies, of course, or it requires that we show leadership in a way, go up to the investors, be a serious counterpart to them in their wishes, in their desires, in their needs. We have a lot of landowners, finally, and what's so important in dealing with all those kind of different companies or investors is, I think, that we have to trigger their ambition. They have to be ambitious in order not to just achieve something and build whatever they like, but they have to, for themselves, get to the point that they find, I really want to make here something that is exceptional, that is extraordinary, that is new, that is addressing the crucial questions of our time. And on the other side, next to the investors, obviously, it's the politicians that we are dealing with on a daily basis. And here the question is similar in a way, because we have to also here raise awareness, or we have to almost educate them. Here you see 3 of the state councils, or the government, being informed directly, in this case by Vittorio Lampugnani, on a huge project which takes place in the harbor area. That's very important for us to have this direct contact with the politics, because it's very important that they understand from scratch what is going on and why we are doing what we are doing, because obviously in urbanism all the questions, big questions, are being addressed. Equality, privileges, avoiding displacement. In a growing city, you have the huge question of public housing, of the phenomenon of gentrification, and so on. And just to understanding or being aware or addressing it actively, that city planning is always extremely political, so it's our job to educate the politics. And then there's the general public. As you may know, in Switzerland, just about everything is being voted on. So it's extremely important that we start from the very beginning to get in contact with the people, because obviously people are very active, and in the end, if they vote against big city planning like the one you see to the right with the 9 and the odds who voted on, that's the one I showed you before. That was in November being voted on, and we succeeded, luckily. But that's very important, because in the end, if you reach a 9 at the public, your work, the whole work, is senseless. In order to facilitate planning, we have several comprehensive plans, or light builder. They, of course, cannot be enforced. That's not their task, but they usually show where development is supposed to take place, what kind of development we aim to achieve. They are here to guide investors, and I would just like to show 2 examples. One is the Hochhaus concept, which shows the areas which are suitable for high-rises. That's our idea, the public administration's idea, where high-rises would make sense in the urban fabric. So we try to guide the spatial development here of the city, envisioning principles which have to be followed in order to plan and build a high-rise in this case. Another one, that's something that we talked about before, especially Mr. Benender and others, as urbanism is becoming more and more important in these times, where whole city quarters are being redefined, where former industrial sites are
up for urban renewal, we implemented Begleitgruppe Städtebau. It's also an advisory board, but it's not formalized. It's something that I just did because I felt the need for it. It's very important, this support group, for us because it guards the big picture. You know, if you're every day in your work life, you tend to lose at some point the whole picture, the big perspective. And what you see here, for instance, is the area in Basel Nord, which shows what are the main characters of this. And obviously, again, it's the in-between. It's the public spaces, it's green spaces that are finally being connected with each other. It's the big natural landscape of the River Rhine and the River Wiese. So this is something that I very much believe in, especially in times which have become more and more short notice and unpredictable in this disruptive context that we are living in and practicing our profession. Then the architectural design competition is a very important part of our daily work because it's a cultural heritage, you could always say, in Switzerland, because the first rules were already established in 1877. For us, obviously, it's the most important tool to secure quality in the built environment. All the important buildings, public buildings for sure, but also other buildings by companies, originate usually in architectural design competitions. And in Switzerland, the SCA, which is the chamber of the Swiss engineering and architects, they established rule many years ago, and we try to follow those rules more or less, because you know, every time a competition asks different questions, there are different players that are involved, and I also strongly believe that, of course, the practice of competition has to evolve, especially if we understand it as a source for innovation. And I think that's very important. It's not just to get the best project, it's also to work on the innovation of our practice. And needless to say, it's a very, very strong tool to promote young professionals, to give them a chance to show what they can do. So this is a picture of a recent urban design competition that we held. You see here how people talk. You know, it's usually those competition boards are quite large because there are professionals, obviously. There are the investors, but there are also and always people present from the general public. We get to the last point, and I think that's an also very important point. If we understand our work as being some sort of a role model, then we have different tools that we can achieve this role. First of all, it sounds very banal, but I think it's crucial, is documenting our work. For instance, if we make an architectural design competition, we document those works, we document all the works. We remunerate, of course, also the participants. There's a reasonable prize money, but important is it's also being documented, so it can be handed over to the investor or to the general public, to the politicians, to understand what has been the discussion in achieving this work. And you see here also documentation of all the public buildings once they're finished, with some general information as well as building costs, etc. With all of our public building projects, of course, we try to see them as like beacon projects. Basel is known for its high architectural profile, and in that sense, it's almost, you know, an affair of honor that we, or the city, takes good care of those public projects. I show here a school. I think schools especially are very important because, you know, school is like the first architecture a child is being exposed to outside from his home. That's where, you know, it's crucial for the perception
of space and understanding what good space means. We also hold architecture prizes, and I think it's very important, architecture prizes and awards, because it's a tool to actually promote innovative and high-quality architecture. It's important for the architects in a way, but it's also very important for the investors, for the Bauherren, that they understand, oh, I did something great, as Mr. Mattis said in Zwischen Ihlen. And for this year or last year, it was in October, for the first time we made an exhibit, not just a little booklet, but we made an exhibit in a public space in the Mir center of town. And again, that's one of the ways to reach out to a more broader general public in order for them to understand what good quality architecture means. And then, the active citizens information is very important. We try to be present in the media, in the press. We work together with Architekturdialoge. That's a platform for the discussion of architectural topics, like in a very wide range in Basel, or with SAM, the Swiss Architecture Museum, which is based in Basel, which brings me to the last. We also try to be present in exhibitions. The current exhibition, which lasts until May, so if you have time and be in Basel, go see it. It's on density, and 2 rooms of the museum are being displayed, or our big scale projects are being displayed at the moment. So all of these means, obviously, or tools are here to create awareness for the importance of quality and architecture in urban design. And in that sense, I hope I was able to show you some of our means, how we try to work on this very important topic of Baukultur. Thank you.
Can I invite the 2 other speakers to come back to the podium? I don't have a question for everybody. I was thinking about, but we had now so different interventions that what I want to make a remark. It's what I also experienced during the other sessions which we had today. That I'm in a way very much enjoying the force of so much positive spirit, which we could listen today during the whole day. And it's even if we all together, let's say, we are working in so different fields and so different ways, I think there is a very strong common spirit behind. I would say this is quite a good thing. But I continue with that after this, when I want to propose, which we have disseminated our statement, which we have prepared. We have prepared a statement, doing it so that we invited all speakers to propose contributions to that, and then we send it. Pierre, our policy officer, made a compilation, which he did very good. I want to thank him especially for his wonderful work, and then we send it back to the speakers to get feedback, and now it's a kind of a paper which we have disseminated, and you can read it through, and we have the plan that at the end of the session we sign it, the speakers are signing it, and you are appreciating it by acclamation. So this is what I hope that happens. Still, I want to have a few questions, and also, of course, I open it to everybody to make a question. Stefan, you had a line. There was the impossibility to involve the public and the communities. On the other hand, I have seen the picture, what you showed us, that there was quite a lot of demolition of traditional buildings during the communist era. and on the third hand, you have quite a lively civil society in your country, but they are not yet so much interested in what they have lost, so to regain it.
No, they are.
Does this work?
Yeah, it's working.
Okay.
No, I think the civil society is really interested in this topic of, let's say, the built environment and cultural heritage, but it's not yet enough, it's not developed enough so as to become a partner, let's say an acknowledged partner for most authorities. It just happens in various places across the country that the civil society manages to be a successful partner of the authorities, but that is rather less developed in respect to what we expect. And about our field of activity as a National Institute of Heritage, we do have good communication with the public, but we don't have real cooperative projects yet. And this is what we aim for. And we have started this project that I mentioned in Sighișoara, where we want to put up an architecture competition. We have started by setting up a series of workshops with the community so that we can together jointly define the use for the area around the city walls and the towers and everything. So it's moving in the right direction, but it's you have to consider that for 50 years there was no civil society. It was not possible. And in the past 30 years, yes, it has developed, but it's still a long way to go until we get where we can work well together.
Yeah, but it's good to hear that it's developing. And the second thing what I was marking in your presentation was the line education for quality.
Yes, indeed, because, well, I think this has to be a highlight in all the educational programs. And when we discussed education in the framework of cultural heritage, we referred not just to the formal education, but also to informal, non-formal, so all the activities that are going on with the aim of educating young people or people in general in cultural heritage. And I think there is no cultural heritage practice except for quality practice. Otherwise, it doesn't qualify. So we should aim to this. That's why we put quality also as a highlight for education.
I continue in English because guys don't have their headphones, if I may ask you in English. Yeah. No, it's. I would like to. I have a question. You have. Alors, vous êtes approché par les communautés. Les communities. Les communautés. Votre organisation est approchée pour recevoir des conseils par les communautés en France, dans toute la France. Par les communes, vous voulez dire. Par les communes, oui. Pardon. Ok. Et vous avez dit que ça se passe 7000 fois l'année. 7000 conseils par l'année.
Non, oui, il faut bien comprendre. To understand. Vous avez, j'ai dit 7000 conseils par année pour donner un nombre. Mais en fait, pour vous donner un exemple, le maire de la commune qui va aller rencontrer le CAUE va passer une convention. Pas tous les CAUE travaillent de cette manière-là, mais pour vous donner une idée, on passe une convention. Et comme le CAUE est financé par une taxe, le conseil ne va pas coûter aussi cher que si vous étiez allé rencontrer un architecte ou un bureau d'études qui vous aurait apporté un conseil. Donc, le conseil va durer plusieurs moments. C'est-à-dire qu'il y aura le premier temps de la rencontre et ensuite, pour contractualiser, et pour le CAUE de la Haute-Savoie qui se situe dans les Alpes que je préside, nous avons un système de contractualisation où, si par exemple nous allons travailler sur un équipement public spécifique, comme par exemple une une patinoire ou bien une piscine, eh bien nous allons aller chercher un spécialiste des piscines. Et du coup, quelque part, on va permettre à un élu d'avoir une personne qui va amener un plus dans la réflexion, alors que forcément, peut-être, on n'aurait pas eu la possibilité de le faire. Donc en fait, le CAUE est là pour aider l'élu dans sa démarche de projet public.
Alors c'est très variable ce que vous faites.
Oui. Alors c'est très variable, tout simplement parce qu'on n'impose pas, la loi n'a pas dit l'élu doit prendre les services du CAUE, sinon ces projets ne seront pas validés. Donc ce qui veut dire que c'est une démarche volontaire, c'est de la relation humaine, comme l'a très bien dit tout à l'heure monsieur responsable de Belge au Danemark, où l'important c'est lié à une relation humaine. Si le directeur du CAUE a de bonnes relations avec le maire, eh bien ça va bien se passer, comme ça s'est passé avec moi par exemple, où le directeur du CAUE m'a dit « Tiens Joël, nous avons organisé un voyage dans le Vorarlberg, nous y allons avec des architectes, avec des bureaux d'études, eh bien il faut venir avec nous, essaye de prendre quelques élus avec toi. » Et puis nous sommes allés avec des élus de station, on est allé visiter le Vorarlberg. Quand on est revenu, on a eu un choc psychologique où il nous a fallu un certain temps pour s'en remettre. Et d'où l'intérêt de retourner voir le directeur et puis de reparticiper à des conférences, de pouvoir rediscuter de la question, parce que, une fois de plus, ce que vit l'élu, ce n'est pas une relation en permanence avec la notion d'architecture.
Et la taxe est basée sur tous les permis de construire en France.
Absolument. Si demain vous venez construire une maison chez nous, vous allez payer une taxe d'aménagement qui est de l'ordre de... Enfin, c'est lié à la surface, mais pour une maison individuelle, c'est environ 4 à 5 000 euros, voire plus. Et il y a un taux à l'intérieur de la taxe qui sert à financer, un petit peu comme vous avez présenté sur la ville de Bâle, sauf que nous, c'est une gestion départementale et ce n'est pas une gestion sur une ville. Un département, c'est l'équivalent d'un comté, d'une mini-région. Et donc, l'argent va être reversé dans les caisses du département et va servir à financer des actions pour préserver les espaces naturels sensibles, c'est-à-dire toutes les zones humides, la préservation de la biodiversité, l'aide aux associations militantes en lien avec la protection des oiseaux, de la nature et de la biodiversité. Et puis, il y en a une petite partie qui va servir à alimenter le financement des CAUE. Donc, c'est quelquefois des discussions assez difficiles avec mes collègues élus qui gèrent le département, lorsque je dois leur demander des financements supplémentaires issus de la taxe d'aménagement pour valoriser les questions de conseil, d'architecture et de culture, parce que souvent, dans la tête des élus, la culture, c'est réservé à une élite. C'est quelquefois des choses qu'on peut faire l'impasse, parce qu'avant tout, il y a une logique à aller sur des financements d'investissement qui portent leurs fruits immédiatement.
Et une dernière question, c'est que comment est-ce que c'est avec la géographie? Il y a des régions en France qui vous demandent plus souvent. Il y a des concentrations, il y a des déserts.
Oui, il y a également des déserts. Comme la taxe d'aménagement, elle est liée à l'acte de construire. Vous comprendrez bien que dans les territoires où ça construit beaucoup, il y a beaucoup de taxes. Donc il y a des plus gros CAUE, il y a des équipes plus importantes où on peut faire beaucoup de choses autour du conseil aux candidats à la construction, autour des collectivités locales, des actions de sensibilisation. Et dans d'autres territoires, malheureusement, où vous avez que uniquement, je sais pas moi, 150 000 ou 200 000 habitants qui construisent peu, ou voire même une population qui est en décroissance, eh bien là, les moyens des CAUE, malheureusement, sont assez faibles. Alors il n'y a pas de péréquation entre les différents CAUE. Mais par contre, comme je préside un réseau national des CAUE, l'idée c'est de faire en sorte que les plus grands CAUE qui font des activités de pédagogie et autres, plus élaborées, puissent faire profiter de leur expérience sur des CAUE qui n'ont pas cette capacité. Et l'exemple que je vous ai présenté tout à l'heure avec les enfants du patrimoine, c'est typiquement ça, c'est-à-dire que les CAUE de la couronne parisienne avaient mis en place cette action, les enfants du patrimoine, juste avant les journées européennes du patrimoine, et après 10 ans d'expérience, j'ai pensé que cet outil-là pouvait être diffusé dans la France entière. Et donc c'est comme ça qu'on est parti sur une action de sensibilisation nationale. Et certains CAUE qui n'avaient pas de gros moyens ont pu valoriser quelques sites grâce à l'action des CAUE forts. Donc on crée quelque part en fait une marche globale sur la sensibilisation à l'architecture et au patrimoine.
Beat, one question. You have the high-rise building concept. We had one in Innsbruck. Are you sure that it stays safe?
No, of course not. No, it's you know, it's the work of a special moment. It has been established in 2009, so I feel that there's a strong urge. We need to redefine it. We need to work on it. But I think it's with, you know, with all those laws, even laws, you know, they seem permanent, but even more light builders and all these informal regulations and processes, policies, they are in a constant evolvement. It's just like architecture and urbanism, you know, if there's no change, the city would be dead. So obviously it will change, but that's okay.
Somebody wants to say something? Have a question, please?
Alors, je repasse au français. Et vraiment, c'est admirable ce que vous faites, surtout avec les CAUE en France. Mais s'il vous plaît, aidez-nous. Vous devez nous aider en tant que profession. Si vous, dans votre présentation, vous avez dit une phrase, même avec une emphase très forte, notre service est gratuit. Un service intellectuel, une prestation comme la vôtre n'est jamais gratuite. Elle est financée par des impôts. Et vraiment, si vous êtes en contact avec les décideurs politiques et vous leur dites que le service intellectuel de créer notre cadre de vie de qualité est gratuit, c'est mortel pour nous tous.
Ce que je voudrais dire, je comprends bien, ou alors il faudrait... Mais enfin, c'est la même chose si je vais à la pharmacie en France et que je vais chercher mes produits pour me traiter, ou bien que je vais être hospitalisé, je ne paye pas de facture. Donc peut-être qu'en France, on est trop habitué à un service public de qualité, même si ça devient difficile, mais gratuit. Ce que je voudrais juste dire, c'est que depuis notre jeunesse jusqu'à la vie active, à peu d'endroits, à peu de lieux, j'ai eu la chance, et à peu d'endroits et à peu de lieux, beaucoup de nos Français n'ont pas la chance de rencontrer un architecte, de discuter, de parler d'architecture, si ce n'est que d'avoir un vécu par rapport à l'histoire locale, le lien avec sa maison, avec son quartier, avec... pourquoi pas sa tour, si on est en zone urbaine. Mais globalement, à aucun moment, on a eu un face-à-face avec un architecte. Si en plus de cela, le jour où, du fait de la loi, puisque la loi de 1977 disait qu'en dessous de 170 mètres carrés de surface, vous n'aviez pas à avoir recours à un architecte. Dans ce cas-là, il vaut mieux changer la loi et puis dire qu'aucun permis de construire ne peut être déposé sans le passage obligé par un architecte. Et donc, du coup, la prestation intellectuelle, elle sera payée. Simplement, le législateur n'a pas voulu. Et le législateur a dit à partir de 170 mètres carrés. Ce qui veut dire qu'en dessous, chacun se retrouve architecte. Dessine sa petite maison, sa cuisine, ses chambres, sa salle à manger, met un toit dessus, ça ressemble à une maison, on met la cheminée, on fait la fumée. Et donc, on a l'impression d'avoir une maison. Et donc, le fait de pouvoir leur dire « Non, mais attendez, avant de déposer ce permis de construire, s'il vous plaît, est-ce que vous pourriez aller rencontrer un architecte ?» Et donc, on va rencontrer quelqu'un qui, tout à l'heure on riait de ça, mais a une façon de s'habiller originale, avec des lunettes un peu de couleur, une façon très vive de s'exprimer par l'habit, ou bien alors très noir et très sobre. Mais enfin, c'est quelqu'un qui a en même temps une réflexion culturelle qui est différente de la personne lambda qui va arriver avec son permis de construire en disant j'ai acheté mon terrain qui m'a déjà coûté cher et je veux faire ma maison. En plus, il y a le promoteur immobilier derrière qui a prévu de vendre sa petite maison. Donc vous comprendrez bien que c'est important, ou alors il faut changer le parcours scolaire des élèves pour que les élèves aient plus souvent un rapport avec l'architecture, ce qui fait que quand ils sortiront de l'école, ils auront plus envie d'avoir recours à un architecte parce qu'ils auront compris la notion de l'architecture. Mais pour l'instant, ce n'est pas le cas. Donc je pense que, quelque part aujourd'hui, on est service public parce qu'il faut tenter une approche avec vous. Je vous dis vous parce que vous êtes architecte. Et je peux vous dire que ce n'est pas facile. Moi-même, agriculteur, étant élu, lorsque j'ai commencé à me baigner dans ce monde des architectes, eh bien, en fait, je m'aperçois que vous êtes des personnalités issues de la culture, des beaux-arts, et vous n'êtes pas forcément des gens dans la communication. Soit on a des grands architectes qui sont extravertis, quelquefois un peu trop nombrilistes, et donc pas très communicants sur ce qu'ils ont fait parce qu'ils ont fait un geste architectural, donc ils estiment que leur travail est ici, il n'y a pas besoin d'en dire plus. Et inversement, il y a d'autres architectes qui auraient tellement de choses à dire, mais ils sont tellement timides, et puis ils se disent non, mais il n'y a pas grand-chose à dire sur ce que j'ai fait, et donc du coup, in fine, il n'y a pas de partage. Et ça, je pense que c'est vraiment dommage. Et je suis content aujourd'hui d'être président de cette Fédération nationale des CAUE parce que, comme je ne suis pas architecte, je peux me permettre de dire des choses, mais j'ai vraiment envie que la notion d'architecture, elle fasse partie du vocabulaire quotidien des élus. Et pour ça, je peux vous dire qu'inversement, je vous renverrai la balle en vous disant « moi, j'ai besoin de vous ». Parce que vous devez, dans votre journée, de temps en temps, pouvoir discuter avec l'élu, pas uniquement le marché de maîtrise d'œuvre que vous avez eu, mais vous devez discuter avec lui autour d'un café, de l'architecture, d'expliquer des choses sur la lumière, les volumes, sur toutes ces choses-là qui font votre quotidien, mais que vous ne connaissez pas. Comme si un jour, je vous emmenais dans mes prairies et que je vous parle de la pousse de l'herbe, de la qualité de mes animaux, et puis comment je vis sur mon exploitation agricole. C'est ça, c'est faire connaître, expliquer. Comme vous l'avez dit tout à l'heure, c'est important cette relation avec les sujets qui sont les élus et qui sont quand même les gens qui décident.
Somebody else? Des autres interventions?
Lionel Lunet, donc français. Je vais juste compléter, suite à la remarque, d'une part, c'est vrai qu'il y a eu une période où les CAUE faisaient de la maîtrise d'œuvre, et là, il y avait une vraie... Ah si, au début. Et dans ma région, aller en Bretagne, c'est loin des Alpes. Voilà, non mais ça c'est fait, ça se fait plus et ça a été arrêté. Mais sinon... en fait, le travail des CAUE, d'une part, est une initiation à l'architecture et je trouve le rôle très important, c'est par rapport aux élus. Parce qu'un élu qui, par définition, est élu, ne connaît rien à l'architecture. Et sinon, les CAUE est un mouvement fantastique et la meilleure preuve de ce miracle des CAUE, c'est notre président de la Fédération nationale. Quand on voit la passion qu'il a de parler d'architecture, avouez que ça fait plaisir et que c'est...
C'est vrai.
Vous me comprenez en français ou en autre? Vous comprenez en français? Oui. Parce que vous habitez pas très loin de Saint-Louis, c'est ça, Bâle. Comment, en tant que voisin suisse, vous percevez l'aménagement du territoire de l'autre côté du Rhin? Et on peut se le dire de manière très amicale et détendue, mais je vis pas très loin de Genève, et il est vrai que les amis genevois ont bien su protéger leurs terres agricoles. Et donc, pour construire un bâtiment en Suisse, il faut, pour arriver à faire sortir un immeuble, il faut une dizaine d'années. Donc, une grande partie des habitants viennent construire sur la périphérie française, et notamment beaucoup de villas. Et à la fin, nos charmants voisins suisses parlent plutôt que de parler des lotissements, ils parlent de la bouillie pavillonnaire. Vous savez, donc une bouillie pavillonnaire, vous imaginez ce que ça peut représenter. Donc quelque part, moi c'est décevant qu'on décrive mon territoire en le lisant de l'extérieur et en disant, comme en plus vous imaginez qu'il y a un coteau, puisque la montagne des Alpes commence à prendre forme, et là vous avez cette bouillie pavillonnaire. Et donc c'est dommage qu'on ait ce regard entre les uns et les autres. Et voyant tout le travail que vous avez fait sur la qualité des espaces naturels en ville, plus l'idée de construire une ville dense et qui soit vivable, comment est-ce que vous percevez votre voisin français ?
L'image, c'est pas si facile. It's not such an easy image, actually. I think there are different notions. But what is interesting, in the north part, we are establishing the work on a trinational city. So we're working with la commune de Unag and community of Weil am Rhein in Germany. And what we realized in the past years is that the situation is very similar. We have a strong deindustrialization that's mainly being pushed by especially Swiss companies, but also international companies like the big pharmaceutical companies, but also BASF, Bayer, and the like, Monsanto. And so we have a similar situation in 3 countries, but the notion how we deal with it is completely different, but that has also mainly to do with the economics. Well, in Switzerland, these brownfields are being immediately redeveloped. It takes a long time in France to happen, that there is something to happen. In Germany, the situation is a bit like in between. And what is interesting is, I think now finally the communities of Saint-Louis, Unag, Village Neuf, etc., which all form part of the big agglomeration, they started to realize that their real potential is not out on the green land, as they have been doing now forever, but they start to realize that these very centrally located areas, which are vast, but which are brownfields, they have to be cleaned and have to be prepared to become urbanized. They start to focus on them. And it's a very interesting process because actually if you look from the top, from a satellite, you would understand that this trinational area is in the very middle of this whole agglomeration. And for instance, we work on joint infrastructure projects on a new bridge over the Rhine. And now knowing, for instance, that because there's an urban sprawl, a vast urban sprawl in France, that a lot of people come by car because public transport is not as good as in Switzerland. The Swiss population said, well, this bridge is perfect, but we won't open it for private cars. So it's okay, we build this bridge, but the France, we have to make sure that we build a new tram line and public transport, so the French people who come to work in Switzerland need to change and start adopting a different mentality, because otherwise this transformation would not be accepted. So I think it's a very interesting but very challenging process. And I think it's not as, just to finish it, it's not as difficult as the situation in Geneva. I think Geneva is much more polemic in a way. And I think we have the chance because, and probably it has to do with the fact that we're 3 different countries. So with 3 partners and not just 2 with a strong, there's always an inequality between a core center and its agglomeration.
If nobody else is raising her hand, then we conclude, because we anyway have been running out of time. Just stay here. And I want to present, in a way, the statement which we have prepared, as I was reporting before. And it has more or less 3 chapters. We try to condense a lot of contributions to some basic bricks. What does quality mean is a chapter, then the second, what the multiple benefits of high quality architecture, and then finally good practices with certain aspects. And if you agree, I would ask the speakers who are listed also on the end of the document that we assign it over there. It's prepared one paper on the lectern, and otherwise I hope you accept it, as the ACE supports it by acclamation.